We're back right at the moment when the players just started the clock. This is European Championship in Rapid and Blitz 2021 in Katowice, Poland. And we do have now round 6. Round 5 was already done. And I've been told that we do have now YouTube channel of European Chess TV and also the Twitch channel of Fiona Del Anthony. So welcome everybody. And we also have European Chess TV Twitch channel, so you guys can ask any questions, and we are here to answer those questions. And I think, Peter, it's time to introduce the players list who are leading after 5 rounds.
Yeah, so the sole leader is Vetoshko Volodymyr from Ukraine, and he's got 10 points. After 5 rounds, every round you can win 2 points because there are 2 games. So he won everything. And then just behind him, the leader, the highest rated player, Jan Krzysztof Duda, 9.5. So he made 1 draw and won all the other games. And then there are some other players with 9 points. I will just mention them: Anton Demchenko, Miłosz Szpar, Zbigniew Pakleza, Ilya Schneider, Igor Kowalski, and Rafał Lubczyński. And yeah, I see some international masters, FIDE masters, not only grandmasters at the top. So it's gonna be interesting because in general we've got a lot of grandmasters here.
So this is a situation right now. We're sitting right in the playing hall, so we don't want to disturb the players because they're playing right in like 2 meters. So now we'll go back to Fiona and Sri, and they can take over with the chess part.
Thank you so much, Katie. Srinat, welcome back. So this is the second part. At the end of the session, we will know who the new European champion is. So 6 double rounds to go. Let's remind everyone the players are playing each other twice, once with each color. And I think let's just jump straight into the game between Duda and Vetoshko, who we've just learned is the sole leader, the sole player on a perfect 10 out of 10.
Yeah, and what do you know about Vetoshko, Fiona? I'm hearing
Nothing.
it for the first time.
I know. I am shocked because I feel that usually you and I, we know a lot of the players, especially between us. I think that our knowledge should be quite good. A lot of these countries like Ukraine, Russia, they have such a big chess tradition and they have such an incredible depth of title players that I have to admit that I've never heard of Volodymyr Vetoshko, but I'm very curious to see how he's going to do here against Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1 top seed World Cup winner.
Absolutely, and Vetoshko is also not one of the juniors. He was born in 1998. I think in chess that's like well into middle age. He has done pretty impressively in this tournament so far, though. He managed to defeat Claudia, who sounded quite confident during her interview with Katie earlier.
Yes.
And also Grandmaster Platt, and he defeated him 2-0. And here he is with Duda.
Yeah, and we have a very exciting position with opposite sides castling. Always, I think, as commentators, one of the position types we get the most excited about, because very often it is a race who will checkmate the opponent's king first.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be a race, although it's going to take some time for, I think, either side to be able to reach the opposite king, because it's not so easy to create an open line without sacrificing something. And at the moment, it seems a bit early to sacrifice something, but Duda seems to have come back refreshed and re-energized. He's been playing a bit faster than he was playing in the last few rounds before the break, from what I can see.
Yeah, for sure. And I would be curious. I would be curious to know how the players spent their time during the break. What was he doing? Was he just having some food? Was he looking at some chess? In general, I think they don't prepare too much in Blitz between rounds. Better to take the mind off chess for the break. And we see, Volodymyr bringing the rook to the c file, looking down at the queen on c2.
Yes, but it doesn't seem to bother Duda at all. At the moment, he has a better pawn structure. Although it's a position with the opposite side castle, I think the pawn structure still plays a very important role in terms of how the position is strategically. And Black has attacked the e3 pawn with bishop d7, but I think Duda will just take a move to defend it, and he's ready to take with the queen if Black takes with the knight. Otherwise, he's just going to storm through with h5 sooner or later. He keeps the e3 pawn well protected. I'm not sure whether he had to play rook e1 though. Is he preparing some? I don't know, because
To
I thought
bring
he
the
could just
knight
start with
back.
h5.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
also
he
curious. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Maybe he was just anticipating some queen e5 and he wants to play knight f4, so he just keeps it well protected, just in case, b4 knight e2 queen e5 was going to come. So rook e1 was a protection, and he feels he has enough time to make progress on the king side.
Okay, so one more knight jump before launching the pawns. Meanwhile, Black, he has pushed his own pawns. One thing that concerns me a lot is Vetoshko's time situation. He's down to only 15 seconds. And now the rook comes into e5. And the position gets a bit more blocked on the king side, but I guess Duda will push h5 shortly.
Yeah, he will push h5 shortly. He will make sure that everything is safe and under control over on this side, which it is. Black tries to get some a4 in, but it seems like Black's attack is too weak, too slow, and the positioning of pieces also matter to a great extent, even in these positions.
Oh,
Now
but
we have the
what I see
h5 zone open.
the queen will at some point, well, I was going to say at some point come to h2, but it's already there. It was threatening to take on h7, knight f6, defense h7 for now. Is that tactic working already, knight g6?
I would be very tempted to play it. Knight g6, head g6, and then queen h6. At this point, Duda has the luxury to calculate if these things work because he has a big time advantage, and then he can make his move, whereas his opponent just does not have enough time to respond. And at some point, knight g6 has to work. It's begging to be played.
And here it comes, knight g6. And this looks like this king shouldn't be able to survive for too long. I don't see a mate just yet, but it can't be very far.
But Duda will show us, I'm hoping.
Exactly. And there
Yeah, the
is
game
the
is already over.
resignation. Yeah. That happened. He showed us really quickly, Srinat. So I think that was actually a very exciting game. We caught it. It was already into the middle game, but Duda is now the new tournament leader. I think from what I understood from Piotr, Duda was the only one on 9.5, if I heard him correctly. So he has now overtaken Vetoshko, and is he himself the new leader on 10.5 out of 11? And we will follow, I think, the next game between these two players. Let's remind everyone they don't take a break in between changing colors. They just swap seats and then immediately start playing again. And they are already off. And do we actually have I think we will just watch with the camera and see if we later get the game or not. But for now, let's just bring up the full camera.
And it's a knight of opening to start with. We have this typical position after 6 bishop e2. Black has the pair of bishops, but usually white has very good compensation for the pair of bishops in these kind of positions. He gets this d5 square control, and usually has a pretty decent control over the light squares in general. So a standard opening position, and at some point, I think black is going to take on d5 with the bishop. He's going to take the knight. Maybe he'll start with knight d7 now. He starts with short castle, long castle, and probably he has to take the knight on d5.
So
White
in
threatens to
how
take on.
far besides castling, but this one, right? This one.
I lost your voice.
I think I also, yeah. about castle, side castle feels different.
I'm not sure what it's.
If people let me know in the chat if you can still hear me or Srinat. I currently cannot unfortunately hear Sri.
Yes,
Okay, so
I can hear
okay.
you.
Oh,
Maybe it's back.
okay. So the position has changed a lot, but what I had asked you earlier was that this once again opposite sides castling, but a different type of position. This one.
Yes, it's a very strategic position because they have the opposite color bishop on the board, and usually the case in such situations is that what white controls cannot be controlled by black, and vice versa, the opposite. So this gives a lot of chances for the side with the initiative to create threats that cannot be adequately defended by the opposite side, and that's kind of what Dura seems to be heading towards. He has opened the A file. He threatens knight d4 now. White has to probably play something like knight f3 or c3 in order to prevent. Probably has to go knight f3. c3 doesn't prevent this. Black gets knight to d4 in any case. So he goes knight f3, and then Duda can bring his other rook to a8. Yeah, he goes c3, but I did not like this for a couple of reasons. For starters, black can play something like b4 to try and open more lines, or he can just play something like knight d4. It just feels wrong. It feels like there is something happening for black here.
Yeah, and it's funny you should say that because even from Duda's face, it looked almost like after Volodymyr played c3, Duda looked a little bit, and I love this close up on his face. He looked a little bit perplexed, like not too sure what that was about. And I think it's a good time for him actually to take some time, but careful not to take too long. He's spending a lot of time on this move here. And actually, we have
Yes,
the board now,
I
so maybe we can bring up the board, the digital board.
yes, we have the board, and I'm happy to see that it's minus 3.5. So happy to see that my understanding of chess and evaluation sometimes matches that of Stockfish's evaluation.
Yes. And
But
B4 and
rook into c3. Wow.
what a crushing victory by Duda. I mean, Srinath, this was just an absolute demolition.
Absolutely. I think from the beginning, it looked clear that Dura was outclassing his opponent in terms of his chess level. And it looked like Duda had, come back re-energized and refreshed. It was clear from the first game that he was playing a a few levels above his opponent, and this game just went wrong for Vetoshko right from the beginning. And this decision with c3, it was a difficult position already, but after c3 you could already see Dura's positive body language, and also the position degenerating for white over the board. He's trying to free the c8 square for his f8 rook in order to bring one more piece into the game and also clear up the back rank, just in case if white is forced to go something like bishop into h5, bishop g5.
I mean, there's just so many problems for white in this position. It's hard to even come up with a defensive. How do we keep everything together as white? It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially when you have just about a minute to do to be able to manage to do that. And what are the how do we finish this off now? I think black can just take this and go queen b7 because then the
Yeah, I think
e4 pawn would fall and then yeah.
he did
Oh
take,
yeah, he
and
did do
well,
that.
you called it once again.
Yeah, and now there's the e4 pawn is falling by force. There's no way to defend it, or the d2 knight. He has to lose either one of them. And then the rook comes to 8, and
Right.
white has to lose a queen.
And we see
And
that Vetoshko just had seen enough and resigned after a couple more moves, rook d1, rook a8, and that was that. And what an impressive! Those were two really impressive games by Duda. I think I am clear back, re-energized from the break, and he has now clearly taken the lead. His score is 11 and a half out of 12. And let's go to the next game. Maybe we can. Okay, perfect. So we can go to Demchenko, maybe, who's playing with the black pieces against Rafael Lubczynski. And Demchenko is the reigning European champion, and playing here against the master. And let's have a look. This position also looks quite interesting.
yes, I like it for black on the boom. I saw it of mainly because of how well this knight stands on e5 and how bad the g2 bishop is impeded by its own pawns once again. And in these types of positions in general, black pretty soon starts taking over. He starts taking over territory, but I'm not sure if this game is getting updated anymore because I see that
Yeah, actually,
a
I
few
was
moves
just
have
gonna
been
say
made.
let's switch to the camera because there are no moves and no clock time. So we're just going to zoom in. And what is that by the board? Is that a can? I don't know. I'll leave it to the chat to inform us. I'm sure some of our Polish viewers can tell us. Is that a can of beer or is it a soft drink? Let us know. But meanwhile, the clocks are ticking down 30 seconds roughly each, and both are maneuvering their pieces.
Yes, both are maneuvering their pieces, but it seems like black just has a few pieces better than that of white. The b3 pawn is attacked right now, and because of the open a file, the black rook will probably go to a3 next. The b3 pawn also defends the c4 pawn, and if the b3 pawn falls, the c4 pawn also gets vulnerable. So white tries to solve this tactically, but he probably missed something. Rook b1, I think he missed queen d3. And this typically happens when the position gets worse strategically. You try to solve it tactically, but your pieces don't cooperate. You know, it's like your health failing. And yeah, now black is just a pawn up, and white is still stuck with this bishop on g2. Black comes back knight e5, the c4 pawn, which was earlier dependent on the b3 pawn, also falls in the next move, probably.
Yeah, it's just such an ugly position with these two isolated pawns. Also, the black rook coming into a2, pinning the bishop on g2 along the second rank. We could even see some tactics. Knight f3 is on the board, and the knight has remaneuvered to d4. A beautiful knight. And the white position looks like it's on the verge of collapse. Also, 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, just in time, but it's not going to be enough.
Just in time to survive for a few more moves, but probably not longer than that. And now some knight e3, rook e to g2 check first.
He went knight e3 first, but yeah, and there we see, look who we see in the background there, Katy and Piotr. Maybe they can wave at us. I don't know if they can hear the show, but maybe they can give a wave to the camera. We can see that Piotr is getting ready. Who do we see here? This is the guy you told me about earlier. What was his name again?
Yannick?
Was that, yeah, we see that I think white won this game. The white king was on e4, and once again they always like for clockwork. 20 minutes past the start of the round, everything is more or less finished. We still see a couple of games going on in the background, so let's see. We still have another game here. This is actually with the black pieces, Icelandic grandmaster. Now Helgi has
Stefan?
some, yeah, exactly, yes.
Okay.
But and I don't know who is playing. We can maybe try. I don't know if we can make out much from the board. We see black is trying to push those pawns on the queen side. A big time scramble. It looks like black is
I think
down
white
quite
is a Spanish player, Ortega.
uh-huh.
But
These,
I think Helgi is winning this.
well,
The
the
pawn
pawn
on
on
b3.
b3 looks very dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we said that at the same time. Almost. And the pawn is too well protected as well.
But
And
also,
black
I
has
mean,
20
look at those
seconds.
players. They have to almost 20 seconds. They were blitzing. I thought they had like 2 seconds from the way they were playing. Okay, so now
I
it's a
didn't notice
race.
the hedge pawn at the beginning, and now the hedge
I
pawn cannot be
know.
stopped. Rook
I
b8 check, and
know.
then the pawn gets taken by check. Oh, this is
Incredible.
sad for black.
Yeah, I mean, the H pawn was hidden by the water bottle. That's why we thought that Gretarsson was doing so well. But now white should be winning. Of course, he has to be a little bit careful, but should be winning.
Right.
How confident would you be, Srinat, to win queen against rook?
I would be pretty confident. I know the position that I should. It depends. It depends if I'm playing against a human or stockfish. Against stockfish, I'm not sure if I can do it. I think it's made in 33 or something with best play, so it requires incredible accuracy. But against a human, I would be pretty confident in general. And this is not a
I think
fortress because
there are some strong players, I think, who failed to win it. I think it was Morozovic. I know this because I was a big fan. I think he didn't win it against Yakovenko many moons ago. And from that moment on, I always thought, okay, this endgame is not so easy to win. But of course, it's also a different story in Blitz. It's more difficult to defend. It's more difficult to be accurate. So we will see how
true.
Ortega is doing here. This game's going to go on a long time.
Back in the time when I was playing a lot of active chess, when I was a teenager and stuff, we didn't have so many blitz events. And it's a whole different thing when you have to do things with an increment of 2 seconds. So maybe it's not as simple. But with a 30-second increment, I think that's not so challenging
What I wonder as
as
well
far as
is
my
who
friends
is
are going.
counting. What I wonder as well is who is counting the moves. Like, at which point can Black claim? Is there an arbiter, or are they on a live board? Is the live board
Oh, Queen
still
d4 was
working?
mate. Queen d4 was mate.
Oh my God.
White did not play Queen d4.
And he saw it just now. Now it's going to be even tougher to convert, because once you realize he's shaking his head, he notices he missed mate in one. And now, like, you're confident, like, it gets so much harder, of course, to focus when you know you just missed the mate in one.
Absolutely. I think the rules, as far as blitz play is concerned, it comes under two categories: with observation and without observation. If it is without observation, then I don't think you can claim the 50 move rule. But if it is with observation, then I think the arbiter cons it. For example, if it's like the World Blitz Championship and there's someone observing, like the arbiter observing, then you can claim things like the repetition or the 50 move rule. But if there's no one observing, then these rules generally don't apply.
Actually, Srinath, the game finished. What happened? Draw. Okay, because I had just started
It's
actually the game. Huh?
Yeah, it seems like there was a claim for some repetition.
We were not there
I'm not
yet.
sure
At
entirely
least
which
if
one.
because I found the game and the last capture was on move 72, so we were still 10 moves away, unless the board couldn't keep up. But in either case, a big missed chance for Tega, and for sure the longest game we have seen in this event so far.
He really didn't need to play so fast, you know. He had a lot of
Yeah.
time for blitz standards. I think he had something like 40 seconds, and he really had to slow down.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear what Katy and Piotr think about this, if they have maybe more information from the Spodek Arena in Katowice. So over to you, Katy and Piotr.
I saw you running on this way. It's like when I see that they're going. It's just like, yes, 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 yes. Oh, I think we're live. Okay, welcome everybody. Yes, welcome everybody. This is the. Actually, we have a break here, and this is a lucky time for us because we can catch up the players. And let me introduce our next guest. This is Ekaterina Pavlidou from Greece. Hello. Tell us, like this is. To come during the pandemic, but you made it, and tell us your plans, tell us if you're happy to be here and how your tournament is going.
I'm very happy that I'm again in beautiful Poland. The organization is amazing. Everything is on time. I mean, what time they say it's the same. And okay, I started very well. I didn't. Now I lost the game. I'm very happy to be here. I have to congratulate all the people that they helped to organizing this very beautiful event. I wish good luck to all the people that they participant here. And I'm very happy to participate again in these difficult days and to have this tournament by close, to see each other, to see very good friends after a long time. I'm very happy for all these things.
Yeah, amazing. So usually I know, Katerina, you travel with your family at the chess tournament. It was like that when we were kids. I remember that. Is there your family here or it's just you?
No, I came here alone with other Greek people. But okay, my family from my first steps, they always help me and support me. And this is very beautiful feeling to have people back of you to support you and to give you, all the power and to, how you said, we start from kids and now we just continue to play. We are very happy and I hope until many years to continue to play. It's very nice for me to participate in these very big events and to see friends from all over the Europe, and I hope to have successful end here, but okay, we will try to give our best.
All right. Wish you the best of the luck. Just tell us really quickly, what's your situation right now? Are you happy with your tournament?
Okay, I think I have 6.5 points out of 12. Okay, I started very well. I lost 1.5 against half against Kovalenko Igor. I played very first rounds. But okay, I hope to continue to fighting and to have best results from now and until the end. And also tomorrow we have rapid. I think I'm better in this part, not to play so quick. And I hope the best for everyone, and I wish to the best player to win the tournament.
Thank you so much for being here, and good luck at your tournament and enjoy the Christmas life.
Say good Christmas, have a good days. Good luck also to you, and nice to see you, and thanks for you inviting me here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina, very much. Now it's time to go to our analyst, Peter. Who is? Oh, no. We have a guest coming. Come on. You guys were looking for him, and I was also looking for him, but he disappeared somewhere. Hi, Tasvir. So let me introduce to the viewers that you might not know you. This is Grandmaster Martin Tasvir, and also commentator. We used to work together, and the chat precisely asks you to come here. So anything to say to the chat?
I don't know why people want to look at me. Actually, I was not prepared for the tournament. To be honest, I was unable to be at the barber store or somewhere, so that's why my beard is not as usual. So I don't know why people like it, but okay, never mind. It's their opinion.
So you say that your chess preparation starts with the barber, because as I remember, you always had this issue, like you had to go to barber first and then go to any chess occasion. So what's your preparation? Tell us.
Actually, I was commenting the Radzikowska festival in Wrocław, so actually I was not preparing myself to the tournament. I just wanted to be here to be here in Katowice to play some games finally. So that was my preparation. My preparation started yesterday because I drove from Wrocław to Katowice by highway, but usually it takes 1.5 hours, but it took me 4 hours actually yesterday because there was some traffic. So actually I was starting the preparation on Netflix. La Casa de Papel. I was trying to watch because I had to. Yeah, I know. I'm always like that. The Queen's Gambit. Just recently I watched it actually because everybody was watching it. Wow! I said, no, come on. I don't like to be, to watch something that is famous. I just want calmly wait, and then. So my preparation. Actually, I ate quite a good lunch. So before that round, it was crucial, I believe, because I want to know very nice games. To be honest, first two nice games today. And now I'm playing on the third board, I believe. So, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
All right. And then last question: if you're playing on the third board, I think you need to be focused on that. So there is a question in our chat. Do you like boiled pierogi or fried pierogi? That was the question.
I like all types of pierogi, so of dumplings. So, but actually boiled are better. But big cabbage and mushroom.
All We have the whole menu of tasks. We hope to see you again because our viewers really like to see you.
Very nice. It's very nice to hear that. So I will come back maybe, most probably.
The trophy, maybe.
Yep, I would like to. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Thanks.
See you. Good luck. Good luck. And now it's time to go to Piotr to see some of chess that we missed during the interviews and the breaks.
So that was Katie with Grandmaster Marcin Tazbir, and I will actually show one of Marcin's games. He beat Szymon Gumulasz 2-0, and this is one of the games they played. So the position is kind of balanced. I mean, it's crazy, so like for a human being it's maybe not that easy to evaluate this, but yeah, the computer says that it's maybe a little bit better for white. But now the Szymon played something very concrete. He played the move d4. So he is opening up the long diagonal. He wants to exchange, well, strong bishop on g2 as well as block the bishop on b2. So, I mean, this bishop is biting on a granite. However, chess is a very concrete game. And this turns out to be a blunder. And Marcin played very beautifully now. So let's have a look. So first of all, he takes on d4. The point being, of course, that if black takes on d4, then we can take on c6 with the rook or the bishop, and white is essentially pawn up. So this is easy. However, after bishop takes d4, of course, black is not forced to recapture on d4. So bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, and now, okay, there is a pin on the c-file. So Szymon played queen b7. So he wants to trade queens. And now if white trades on b7, well, white is fine, right? But black also has a lot of, well, some advantages in his position. And actually the engine says that after taking on b7, well, the game might be actually around equal. But Marcin played very good move here. He played knight to e4. So, leaving his bishop on d4 en prie. Now what happens after taking on d4? So, c takes d4. Isn't it like white lost a piece? Well, there came queen takes g6. And you see that white is attacking here. For the piece, white has a very strong attack on the light squares, and especially, like, you know, you see that the black's king is feeling not so well. Still, it might seem that black could defend. I mean, there are a lot of pieces around, but in practice, yeah, and also objectively, black is actually lost. So, there came bishop a3, and there are many moves. Probably rook c2 was the best, but rook b1 was played and turned out to be good enough, because after queen c7, well, there came exchange, rook b8, queen e6 check. We can see how black's king is very weak. And after king h8, there is coming knight g5. I mean, the combination of queen and knight, this is something great in chess. Like, those pieces are working very well together. And you can see queen takes f7 is a threat, and also knight h7, and there is no good defense actually. I mean, knight f6 would prolong the game, but it's lost. So Szymon played knight c5, but there came knight h7, and that's mate. So very good game by Marcin, and I'm not sure at what position he is now, but he is on one of the top places now. So we will look at his games maybe later. Maybe he will play Jan Krzysztof Duda soon after, you know, winning 2-0 in this round. So let's see maybe some more positions I've been looking during this tournament. So, well, there are blunders everywhere. All blunders are waiting to be made on the chessboard. I think someone said, I don't know if it was Tarash or Tartakover, you can check it. But yeah, that's about chess, and especially Blitz. And we can see that even a good grandmaster he's in Blitz 2678, as I can see. Well, he was afraid of some, guess, knight d3 check. And, well, although that's probably not a big deal, but he was afraid of it and decided to play bishop e4 to take control over the d3 square. However, as I guess most of you can see, he lost the rook in one move. He left his rook on a2 en prise. So knight takes a2 came, and yeah, that's it. White is winning. So you can see even such a strong grandmaster can make such a big blunder. Of course, that's not happening very often, and usually the player must be under pressure to make such a mistake. But that's about putting a pressure during the game. So, some more positions. Now maybe I will talk more about the technique of playing in a blitz, because, well, we need to sometimes, well, not only think about captures in one move, that's very basic, but in general it's very good to have protected. Like, for example, in this position, it's rather clear that there are some issues on this diagonal. I mean, the knight on d6 is not fully stable, the rook on a3 is also not protected, so you can get a feeling that something can happen. And it's good to play like rook d1, for example, to protect the knight, or if you want to move the queen, because in the game queen h3 was played, which objectively is not a mistake, but I get a feeling that maybe putting the queen to g3 to either knight on d6, or as I said, rook d1 probably would be my pick. But queen h3, objectively not a mistake, but we can feel like something can happen. So now comes rook e6, and mistakes happen, you know, not without a reason. That's because those pieces were not protected. I feel like Mieszko Miś unfortunately forgot about his rook on a3, and still playing knight b5, maybe that's not the most active move, but it was necessary just to protect the rook on a3, and white would still retain good chances, I mean objectively slightly better. But what he did was that he played knight f5, and you see the rook on a3 is hanging, so black is winning. So long move, very simple one, that is, again, that's blitz, these are mistakes, and as I said, they are not happening without the reason. So when you play blitz, try to figure out like what are the connections between pieces, just to, well, have a good technique. So one more position. So that was against Igor Kowalski and Igor Janik, very strong young players from Poland. And yeah, like if black played a5, he's completely fine, maybe even having slight initiative, but there came knight c7, and you need to look at the geometry of chess position. So here came bishop takes c7, queen takes c7, and boom, knight takes d5, a very powerful blow. So that after c takes d5, there comes bishop takes d5, and you can see a double attack on the king on g8 and the rook on a8. So essentially white is winning some material and has a winning game. So actually the game did not last that long. I will go through it. Rook f7, queen e8, very good move. And after bishop f8, even bishop takes f7, very good. And yeah, then the bishop on c8 fell. Just a few more moves and black resigned. So that was it for now. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. Insights and the chess. Now it's about to start the next round, and very quickly I just read out the players who are the leaders, and we have JKD first position with 11.5. He's the only person who is the leading the event, sole leader, but there are plenty of players following him. For instance, Anton Denchenko, Marcin Tasbur, who we had here as a guest. We also have Ilya Schneider and Zbigniew Pakleza, all of them have 11 points, 10 and a half points, and Anton Danchenko has 11 points. So I heard that the arbiter started the clock, so now it's time to invite our commentators, Fiona and Srinath, and give them the floor.
Thank you so much, Katie. So we heard the standings and we're gonna see the clash now between the two players in the lead. Duda, the World Cup winner, and Demchenko, the reigning European champion. So we're gonna start with this full board camera, which I really like a lot. You know, it gives us the impression to be there in Katowice. And what opening was this? Some kind of Sicilian? What's going on here,
E4,
Srinath?
C5, knight f3, knight f6, Fiona. Yeah, it was
Okay.
e4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, and then e5, knight d5, knight c3, knight c3, d into c3, and this variation with. Well, then it goes on from there, but that's how we got the structure, which is a pretty interesting choice by Duda, by the way. If I had half point more than my opponent, I would have gone for something more solid,
Yeah,
But
very.
Duda's like,
Would you
I'm going to win
say?
this tournament. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would you say it's an ambitious choice, like saying, okay, I want to play for the win, or just I want to play something offbeat and not make this about theory, or what? What do you think is the thinking?
I don't think theory was a big problem here, because from what I know about Demchenko, he's not exactly one of these players who's booked up heavily. He usually plays a lot of London system, and he also plays E4 occasionally. But he's not the guy who's booked up and who's going to torture you by trying to make a draw uh, by the opening. So how I visualized Duda's thought process was probably that he's going to win the tournament anyway, but he might as well try and get his rating above 2800.
That's some good thinking right there. Let's see if we can bring back the camera to do that board and maybe get the angle where we can see the board. Here on the camera we see Ilya Schneider. We haven't seen any of his games yet, but we will have a look a little bit later. For now, let's try and go back to the Duda Demchenko game, because I also feel like right now it's already a situation where if Jan Christoph can get a couple more wins, he's already starting to break away. But for now, Demchenko only half a point behind. So with a win, with the white pieces, Demchenko would even overtake Duda.
Yes, absolutely. And Demchenko is a pretty serious. Well, he's a very strong chess player in general, but he's a serious blitz player. He plays a lot online in general, since the days of the Internet Chess Club and playchess.com and all these websites. And he also plays extensively in today's time as well. I used to see him in all the online blitz events. He always plays in the World Rapid and Blitz as well. So he's not someone who doesn't play a lot of blitz.
Absolutely. And what is okay? So we have the board now, and we've just had some exchanges on a6.
Yes, we have had exchanges on a6, and I'm really not sure if there is something keeping black from taking this pawn. Apparently, there's not. Apparently, the pawn was hanging. Something has gone wrong for Demchenko in this game so far.
Yeah, and I guess there are no problems with this pin. Of course, before taking a pawn like the pawn on e5, you should check a little bit, but this is a nice tactical way he found, that Duda found with this queen c6 to unpin himself. Of course, white doesn't want to trade queens, and now he's just a pawn up and nothing really to worry about here.
Absolutely. He's just a pawn up. He just needs like 2 more moves to complete his development. And I'm curious whether he will go d4 here or take the pawn, or not react at all and play something like bishop e7. I would be tempted to make bishop e7 work, but that might give white some counterplay on the d file, with rook d1 and knight into c4. So Duda takes on c4. He weakens white's pawn structure further. And now he's going to complete his development. White will try to get some counterplay on the d file with knight e4 or knight c4, followed by the rook coming on to d1. Either one of the rooks. I expect this rook to come in. He goes with the other rook. Always a tricky decision there, but he still has some counterplay to watch out for here.
Yeah. So how should Duda try and neutralize the counterplay? Do you try and just cover a maximum amount of squares, activate all the pieces? How do you do it?
Frankly, I was hoping that Duda would show me this before you complete the question. But yeah, knight f6, I think he intends to come with the knight to d5. In case of knight c4, the knight comes to d5 and covers the d file from there. If not, the knight also has access to squares on the king side, and white has weaknesses all over. So black can transform his advantage. He can convert his one pawn advantage to a different pawn. He goes to d5 in any case. So he has everything under control. Next move, bishop f6. Then the rook comes to d8. The queen on a6 can be evicted with queen c8, which is what happened in the game. And I think next up, bishop f6 should it will probably be played.
Yeah, and this
And
point
there we
on
have it.
c3 is really very weak. Some great technique. I mean, I should just always rather than ask you this, Duda always shows us he's been really playing this game quite confidently, and he seems to be en route. Although we have seen some turnarounds, he's also up on the clock now. How do we increase the pressure from here?
I like c4 just to prevent c4 from white. If it is possible, if it works concretely, I would go c4. And then something like f6 to neutralize this bishop. Yeah, that's what he did. Something like f6, and then bring your queen out, bring the rook here, and slowly start converting your advantage. Goes to c6 on a light square. White has a dark square bishop. Next up is rook a d8. The c4 pawn can be protected with b5 if required. The rook can be put on d7, protecting the 7th rank as well as controlling the d file. And it's a pretty straightforward position for Duda, I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's always very nice in chess, especially in Blitz when you have that extra pawn, but also you have no real weaknesses. I like, the fact the pawn is on f6, that even we can defend g7 from the 7th rank. After e5, the white bishop is shut down. Okay, now there goes one pawn, and what happened with some resignation?
He resigned?
How did that? Something happened. Well, the game is over, but what happened?
He lost on time, maybe?
Maybe he lost on time. We didn't see. But the game is over
He
and Duda won, and there we
after
see.
Queen e4.
Wow, it's somewhat premature.
I see what happened. So black after Queen e4, he probably realized black has f5, and now if white takes this pawn, then black just goes rook e8, I think, and loses the rook. And if white doesn't do this, then after f4, it's a pretty sad position for this bishop. So maybe he saw this and he decided to resign rather than suffer, prefer the fast death to a slow death.
Yeah, makes sense. And we saw the players switch their spots. So now Duda is playing with the white pieces, and maybe we'll go to the full camera view. I think the players are playing Rui Lopez opening, and Duda is widening the gap, he's now on what, 12.5 out of 13?
Indeed. He's just he's really starting to show the difference, yes. And again, at some point he's just going to play for his rating points, kind of like how Hikaru does in all the chess.com events.
I sense a joke there. It's funny, you can't go anywhere these days without people joking about Hikaru's inactive status. But I think Hikaru is planning actually to play next week the World Rapid and Blitz, right?
Yes, yes, he's planning. No, but it was not exactly a joke, you know. It's just that every event Hikaru plays on online, we know he's going to win almost everything. And
Yeah.
it's just a question of whether he can save his rating or increase it from 3200 to 3300 to whatever.
Okay, I
It just
wasn't
so
sure
happens
if
that
you were. I wasn't sure if you were being serious or if you were making a joke about his inactivity. But yeah, let's come back. It will be also interesting to watch him. Let's just get rid of the board maybe and see the camera full size, and try and understand what is going on here. Very unusual to have seen Black play F5 before casting. I think we came here from Rui Lopez, but it looks like a very unusual position, Srinath.
this is kind of how Demchenko plays the Rui Lopez, from what I remember. He likes to play these systems with, you know, 3 A6 and then 4 knight G7, generally systems with G6. And these systems are actually quite interesting. They have a solid positional base. I believe they were adopted by great world champions in the past, like Steinitz, Smyslow, and I think even Spassky. I'm not sure, but yeah, Steinitz and Smyslow, they definitely played these kind of systems, and they have a pretty strong strategic base, and they can be very similar to the King's Indian. So if you want to play King's Indian against one e4, you have these kind of systems in general with g6. And this is exactly how Demchenko plays with black in a lot of his games. And now he has to try and get in this g4 break. He cannot do this immediately, because if he plays g4 right now, then white has one extra piece controlling it. He's just going to capture it and then recapture with the queen. F into g4, h into g4, and queen into g4. So black probably needs to get his rook onto g6, rook f6, rook g6. That would come in the way of knight. So he decides to bring his knight all the way to h6 and keep his queen side guarded a bit. But he did take one piece away from his queen side, which was protecting c5, but white was getting c5 in any case. So he decides to allow it and then tries to bring his knight to h6, typical King's Indian position.
What do you, if you had to play this position from one side, would you rather play it from the white or the black side?
This position, I think I'll play it from the black side. I like it a bit more for black. I feel black is just a bit faster. How about you?
Yeah, in general, whenever I see some pawns pushed on the king side and I see some attacking chances, I will always take that side. Very often it's not objectively very good, but I just get a bit more excited by those prospects. I'm not a King's Indian player though, so I'm not exactly sure what is the. I always feel like there's quite a bit of maneuvering before finally some pawns get pushed. So I feel like I wouldn't be sure when was the right moment to break, but Demchenko has answered it. First, he brought the last knight over, and now he has pushed g4. How do you think Duda will react?
Duda started reacting 4 moves before, you know, when he started fleeing with his king. You cannot, it's impossible to defend with limited space. So he already started to evacuate his king much before black was preparing g4, and his king is already on d2. It's no longer at the destination that black was preparing this attack for. And black also cannot reach the king on d2 right now, because the center is completely closed and there is no way to open the queen side either. If black plays b5, white will go a5. If black plays a5, white can go b5. I think it was a pretty smart decision by Duda to do this.
And actually, this is a rare game where Duda is actually low on the clock. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe we can. I think we have the digital board. Do you see the game, Srinath? Because maybe we can bring the board up for a second,
Oh,
because
yes,
there's
I
so
do.
many pieces. There's so many pieces that for this game, it's actually easier to look at the 2D for a minute.
Yes, we have the board on the screen now, and the game has become a lot more strategic than how it started. White has clear superiority on the queen side. You know, when it goes to these end games and when White sacrifices against one of these pawns, he's going to get a clear passed pawn. And it's kind of similar for Black. He has a better presence on the king side. For example, he gets this pawn to g3, and in the end game, if the g2 pawn falls, he's going to run through. So it's totally strategic. And here also it's a question of who gets there faster, except it's not an attack against the king.
So who do you think will get there faster?
I think, I mean, I would lean a little more towards Black side, but it's more because Black has more time, and I think Duda is under a bit more pressure because of this reason. He takes knight into a5, which he
Wow.
normally wouldn't have done if he wasn't under pressure. But here Duda is really facing the pressure. He's facing some heat, and he had to do it. But it was a very intelligent, practical decision to take.
It's weird because, okay, we see the bar says one thing, but Jan Christoph was shaking his head. He wasn't looking happy at all. And we see, but Demchenko, okay, decides to give back the exchange on b7, and now things have simplified a little bit. Let's take a fresh look at the position. So now is it one extra pawn for White, yeah? No, sorry,
Yeah,
it's
one
two
extra
pieces.
pawn for White.
Yeah, but two pieces
Actually,
for the
no.
rook.
Yeah, but the problem is it's two knights. Two knights are, I think, the last thing you would want when you're offered two minor pieces in general. They tend not to coordinate that well, and you can see these knights are not able to get anywhere to create threats against White's king. If only Black had a bishop and a dark square bishop at that,
That would be
then it would be
lovely.
totally different.
Yeah. And it looks like, do you
Now
think
Duda's
Jan
king is
Christoph is...
safe. Yeah, he's
It's
starting
actually,
to
I
take
have
over.
to say, I'm very impressed with how he handled this. This game probably was the closest we have come to potentially seeing him, well,
In
he
trouble.
was under quite a bit of pressure, but now, I mean, I love this active king. The king has run all the way to a5. And okay, let's look at the clock because it's 5 seconds for Jan Christoph.
And he has how many queens? He has 3 queens. He stops
But
the
what
clock
happened?
he passes the clock to pick up another queen,
I
which
took
he's allowed to do
another
as far as
queen.
I know.
A third queen. Have you ever
And
seen 3 queens on the board?
not on my board, for sure.
Unbelievable. And we can see that even the spectators are laughing. I mean, it's quite rare. It's really very rare, especially on these over the board, to see it happen over the board in live. That one player will get 3 queens. Wow.
Yeah, I think this was literally an OP game by Duda. He really overpowered his pieces. He got himself 3 queens. And with the king on a5, I mean, the king going from g1 to a5, this was a true masterpiece. I don't think many people could
Yeah.
have played like this under pressure.
Oh, and Srinat, sorry to interrupt you, but let's bring the full board here because Martin, who we just had for an interview, he's a big favorite, and he's playing against Vasif Durabaili with the white pieces, and we have a pure rook ending.
A pure and a very interesting rook endgame. I think Marcin has pretty decent chances, yeah, with the outside hedge pawn. At first sight, it looks like White is the one who's trying to win this one, and Black is trying to kind of save himself.
Yeah, and we see, I
Vasif
think
goes
what
for the hedge pawn.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to bring the black rook behind that pawn. And now let's see, how is Marcin going to make progress here? He just keeps pushing that pawn.
But did he have to do this head 6? He really has isolated his own pawns. And now it looks like it's going towards it has
A
turned around.
draw.
I don't think he. No, I think it's better for black because rook e4 and f5, and he keeps his 2 pawns. White has only
Wow.
1 pawn, and he will try to advance his pawns, but the black king is fast enough to come in and save his pawn on e6. So at some point, things turned around for Marcin, and now he loses his second pawn. It's still a
But
bit
he
premature to
resigned.
resign here, I think.
But did you see he resigned with a big smile? I have to say, I don't think I've ever talked to Marcin. I don't know him personally. So, and neither had I seen his commentary, I'm ashamed to admit. But I loved his interview with Ketty, his takes on his Netflix preparation, his lunch, the barber. That was a very, very, very fun interview. And good to see him, even that loss with a smile. Still a lot of rounds to go. We still have 4 rounds to come, so there's still time to make a comeback, and that's 4 rounds, so that's 8 games. But Srinath, I'll let you say a few more words about the performance that we saw by Jan Christoph Duda.
I was amazed. I felt myself in trouble when I put myself in Duda's shoes. The black pawns were coming at the king. He first evacuated his king and brought it to the other side. And then it was still not over for him. He was under trouble for a big part of the game, I think, which is why he had to spend a lot of time. He was under, he had less time than his opponent, and he was under pressure. But again, he managed to bring his game up when he was under the pump and showed the difference in class when it was critical and required. He clutched this game. Also, especially towards the end, when he took this knight into a5 and changed the direction of the game to create this a parser, I think that was a turning point. Demchenko just couldn't cope up with that change in direction, the sudden change of tempo, and he didn't have enough time to react and find the best way.
Yeah, I think really you summed it up perfectly, and very, very impressive and very nice for the Polish fans to get to see such a game live in the flesh. And now, well, round 8 will start in just over 20 minutes. I think we're going to go back to the playing hall because I think Ketty is ready with another special interview, and also Piotr probably has some highlights for us. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Fiona. Unfortunately, I'm alone here. I don't have any guests, but I'm going to hunt right now for guests for interview. But before that, I can give you some information here what I have been observed. Between the breaks, players are just sitting. Some of them are analyzing their own games with the opponents. Some of them are chatting. We do have here the spot of the drinks. We can get some coffee and tea from our sponsor Mukate. And I have seen also players reading book. That's very interesting to spend the break. For instance, read some book. I know some players are doing like that. But now it's time to go to Peter. I think he has some interesting positions for you guys, and I'll try to find a player for the interview. Peter, it's your time.
Teraz mnie słychać? Okay. I have more blunders to review from some games of strong players. So here's the game between Damian Leftak, International Master, and Hannes Stefansson, Grandmaster as Black. So it seems like Black is slightly better. So the pawns are equal, but the e5 pawn is not going anywhere. I mean, the pawns are doubled. Like, Black is slightly better. But it's not that easy to make a progress. I mean, maybe c4 is the move just to gain more space. Well, the engine likes this. Okay, it's not winning. I mean, as said, Black is just a bit better. However, Black wanted to make sure that his king is gonna be a bit safer, or maybe he wanted to activate the king because as we know in the endgames, well, the king plays an important role. On the other hand, king is the most important piece on the board, and you need to be very careful with this. So, if you know the game Short Timman with this king march, I mean, that was amazing, but, well, I saw in an article, don't try this at home. And here comes king h6. So it is interesting. I mean, as a candidate move, might be interesting to think about this. I mean, just activate the king. If we can go to g5, f5, maybe grab some pawns. Black's king is much more active than white's king. Looks all very nice. However, it has a very, very big flaw. After queen f8 check, which was played on the board, well, the king got two moves, but none of it is good for black. I mean, already black's position is bad. And let's see. King h5 was the game continuation, and now g4 check. It still feels like, can white give a mate with just a queen and some pawns? It looks like there is still a lot of room for the king. But after king h4, there comes a very calm little move, which I really love, like king g2, and black resigned, because queen h6 is just very difficult to parry. Also, like queen f2, then queen f4, I mean, black is going to be mated. So black essentially resigned here. So that was big mistake. Let's see some more games, and again I was talking, last time about pieces which are hanging, and from a strategical positional point of view, the move knight h5 looks decent. Again, I would think about this move as a candidate move. If the knight can come to f4, the bishop can go to g5 or f6, control some dark squares, black could dominate. I mean, look at white's pieces. The bishop on c2 is stuck behind its own pawns, so taking over control over the dark squares might be, winning even for black. Like if the bishop comes to e5 or f4, the queen can come to h4. This looks awesome. But again, well, chess is a very concrete game, and there came e5. So white is opening up the game. He cannot just wait for black to control those dark squares, so he's fighting for the dark squares, opening the bishop on c2, but most importantly just to control those dark squares. And now d takes e5, queen takes e5. d takes e5 probably was not the best, but black didn't want to tolerate that pawn, and we can see the knight on h5 hanging, the bishop on e7 hanging, two unprotected pieces. So there came bishop g5. So for the moment both pieces are protected, because the bishop on g5 is kind of protecting the knight on h5, because queen cannot jump over this bishop. So this looks like still black may strategically be fine, but after h4, disturbing coordination, communication between the pieces, white is winning. And even though we are talking don't move the pawns in front of your king, white's king is weak, but it's all concrete variations. I mean, it was all about breaking the communication between pieces which were kind of hanging, especially the knight on h5. And now the knight drops, the queen h7 is threatened, so there was g6 played, then some more moves, queen g4, bishop e1, rook e1, queen d6, but we can see two pieces for a rook. White has advantage, winning advantage, and actually yeah, once the knight came to e4, attacking the queen, knight coming to f6, black resigned. So a huge blunder. I mean, knight h5 in itself might not have been the objectively that terrible, but in a blitz game probably you should keep an eye on the pieces which are hanging, and e5 was a great response. So let's see some more positions, more blunders, and this one was very shocking to me because as white, Igor Kovalenko, I think he was even 2700 at some point in classical chess, a very strong player, very attacking player, but here, yeah, he probably didn't want to change queens because he felt like, he might not win there because, let's see, queen takes c4, then d takes c4, knight coming to g3, he did not like it. So objectively this is equal. He just maybe wanted to play for the win, but very often you've got to accept what you have. And he just played queen d2, and this was just very shocking because normally I doubt he would miss that the pawn on a2 is hanging, but he was so much focused on trying to win the game that, yeah, he played queen d2, and after knight takes e2, well, he lost the pawn, and that's it. I mean, still, maybe he could defend, but that wasn't a good position, and he lost the game. So now I think we are going to have some interview, right?
Yes, I hear it.
Okay, so back to you. I think Katy is ready. We are waiting for...
I think it's back to us now.
Okay.
Yes, you're back now, and here we have a guest. As I promised you guys, I would bring the next streamer for the interview. And at my Twitch channel, I was always curious how to pronounce your name, and I was like, I should ask her. So this is the moment that I have to ask you how to pronounce properly your name.
I'm Frugina Santa Varga, and my Twitch channel is Sefru. Many people pronounce it Zefru, but it's Sefru. And yeah, it's Frugina.
So yeah, that's good to know. So you're here in Poland for this championship, and before we had a chat, and you said it was quite spontaneous. You're visiting here. Just tell us, like, how come that you came in here?
Well, one of my friends was coming, and so we decided, I decided to come also to this tournament. And I didn't plan to come first, and when I got to know that he comes too, my friend and his company also, my friends also, I thought, why not? Let's come and let's enjoy it.
How your tournament going on? Are you happy with the results?
Not so much. I still have to get back to the over the board Blitz. Yes, so it's so much different from the online. Last round I flagged by accident because I forgot there was time. Because usually I play on classical, and it was so much different from the Blitz one. So yeah.
Here's a little note which is very important. Like when we met here in the playing venue and asked you, would you like to come? He was like, oh, my tournament is not so good. It's like, we don't need to tell that. You said it. But there are lots of rounds still going on, and maybe you can just put things together and win the rest of the games. How did you spend the a break? Because we had lunch break for 1 hour and 30 minutes. This is something unusual for chess tournaments to have such a long break. So what was your, how did you spend this time?
Well, it was just searching for food. And then I ate also. I came back and was preparing mentally. And that was it.
Okay, so tell us, like, you have been streaming for quite some time, and now you are playing. So how do you find these two components of chess working together? And is your chat actually supports you right now when you play?
Yes, they are supporting me. especially on Discord, and they show their support towards me, and it feels so nice. And thank you, thank you, chat.
Yeah, that's very nice. And tell us, like, how many tournaments do you usually play, like normal days, and now how life changed for you during the COVID time, and like, what's your future plans also in chess?
I used to play much more tournaments than now, and because of the university, I had to also take back a little bit and play less. And then came COVID, and I had to play online. My future plans, well, I don't know yet. I'm not sure about the tournament yet. I will see which one is sympathetic, close to me, and play there.
Okay, tell us about this trip here in Poland. Is it your first time to be and to play in Poland? And what do you feel about this playing venue? Because this is quite unusual playing venue for chess tournaments. So how do you like it?
Well, in Hungary there were tournaments in stadiums, so it's not unusual for me. It's my first tournament in Poland, and I like it so far. It's nice and well organized, I would say.
All right. We are now starting to play, and here we have Martin in the background. Martin, how did you lose?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was trying to win the rook end game. It turned out that I lost it.
He was trying to win the rook end game, but it turned out that you lost it, and now we have it. We have him here. Chad says that you are awesome guy, so we have still him here. The rounds will start quite soon. I will not keep you here long because I know you need to catch up the leaders, and maybe you can also get the prize. There is also a prize in the categories, women category. So best of luck, and hope to see you again here, maybe with a medal, with the prize.
Thank you very much, and see you later. Bye.
Bye. So guys, yes, we had yet another interview. Yes, bye. And the round will start quite soon, about 8 minutes. I don't know if Peter has something to say, because he's like watching at me like, come on, it's my time to speak, maybe. Okay. Back to Peter, and then we will go to the commentary at the start of the game.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
back at European Rapid and Blitz Championship 2021 here in Katowice, and 7 rounds has already passed. This is round 8, and would you be kind to tell us who are the leaders for now?
Yeah, as expected, Jan Krzysztof Duda is the leader. He's the highest rated player, more than 100 points above the second one. And now, after 7 rounds, okay, actually 14 games, because each round consists of 2 games, he has 13 and a half. So he won all his matches. One of the matches he just won 1.5 to a half. But he is the leader. And the second is Daniel Sadzikowski, who was here in the studio talking with you. So he has 12 points. So also very good result. And also Wache Danielian, Maciej Klekowski, they also have 12 points. So 1.5 points behind Jan Krzysztof Duda. Not easy to catch, but it's still possible, so we are looking forward to it. And there are a lot of players with 11.5 and 11 and so on, so still a lot of things can happen.
All right, one last question before we go to Fiona and Shri. Are you regretting not to play in this event?
Oh, that was a very difficult question, because I love commentating, but I also love playing. I'm myself maybe not that good at Blitz, but when I saw so many people playing and enjoying it, I'm kind of split into. So one Peter wants to commentate, the other Peter wants to play.
There's a Clash and Peter now fighting against each other. Now it's time to go back to Fiona and Shri, and this is a very important moment, last rounds. We have to take a look at the games to learn who will be the final favorites.
Thank you so much, Katy and Piotr. I can completely relate to his torn feelings. And as the guys have just informed us, Jan Krzysztof Duda already a 1.5 lead over the field, and he's now facing Daniel Sadzikowski, who Katy interviewed earlier. He's on 12 points, so let's see what can he do. We've already had a fair few moves, so let's bring up the board here. Duda playing this first game with black, Srinath. So I cannot currently hear Srinath. I don't know if
I'm
the
sorry.
viewers
It
can.
was my mic.
Ah, no worries.
I'm
Srinath,
sorry. I
welcome
muted it
back.
during the break.
No
Thank you,
worries at all.
Fiona.
I
Good to be
still
back.
haven't. Indeed. And I still haven't figured out how to mute myself. So I'll have to ask you at some point. But let's go. This is not the last round I'm seeing in the chat. There's still 4 rounds left. So this right now is round 8 out of 11, and it's always 2 games per round. So let's look at this game, Sadzikowski against Duda.
I think Sadzikowski is probably one of the best. Him play a lot around in the open tournaments across the world, and my impression of him, from what I know, is that he's usually very good with opening preparation. I could be wrong, but I've seen him play some very good games where he almost had the entire game in his preparation, and this will be a different kind of challenge for him. Previous round he played against a
Also heard.
grandmaster who was a very sorry.
I was just going to say, I read
Yeah.
earlier in the chat, I don't know if it's true that Sadzikowski is the main second of Wojtaszek, who is, of course, apart from Duda, the other top Polish player. So for sure, a guy who knows his openings well. And what do you think? Did he get anything out of the opening here with the white pieces?
I think White has some slight strategic pressure. It's very slight. The stocker shows 0.1. I think it's something like 0.3, practically speaking. The pawn on c6 under pressure, and Black does have compensation. He has the pair of bishops. He will have play on the other side, on the king side. But having said that, it's Black is a bit slow to get that play going right now. So the kind of position that White has got out of opening, I think it's a kind of position that you try to aim for when you're playing these d4 based setups with White.
So what are the plans here for White? I notice a big hole on c5? Do you want to utilize that, put pressure on the pawn on c6, or what are the plans?
Yeah, I think that's essentially the plan summed up in one word. White's entire play revolves around the weakness of the c6 pawn of black, and he probably would have preferred to have his knight on a4. It seems a bit unfortunate that d1 was the only square for that knight. He would have really liked to try and get some knight a4 going, and he has blended a pawn. He has just tactically blended this bishop into d4. He went rook b3, defending the d3 knight, aiming for queen into c6, which I think might still not work due to some reason, uh, which I can see from Stockfish. But I think the reason is takes bishop d7 and bishop into a4, and the a pawn falls with bishop into d1 coming with tempo. This seems like one option,
Yeah.
and maybe there is more than. Maybe there's also more options for Duda. Just takes and he goes bishop g7 all the way back. He doesn't need to do bishop d7 immediately, but the a4 pawn is going to fall sooner or later because the white knight's no match to black's bishops.
Yeah, and it will be very difficult once Duda has that passed a pawn and the bishop pair. It's going to be tough to put up some resistance here from Sadikovsky. And I mean, Duda is just on a tear, especially this fast time control, 3+2. I feel that every time we just start watching his game, and after 2 minutes, it's already more or less game over.
Yes, and it's something I can really relate to. The way White played in this game. It also happens to me all the time when I'm coaching and doing other things apart from playing. The sharpness does come down a bit, and when it comes down a bit, you miss these kind of one move tactics quite a lot. You pay attention to the strategic factors, but sometimes you just miss these very simple moves right in front of you.
Yeah.
And the elite players, they see everything instantly. They see both the tactics and the strategic parts in 1 second.
Yeah, and we see this though. So a pair of rooks has just come up, and now king f1. I guess there were
And
some problems already on the back rank with the rook threatening to come into c1.
yes, and I think now Duda will move in for the kill. With rook c4, he attacks the a4 pawn. Knight b2 wouldn't have worked because black would have played rook c1 check first, and then after king e2, then he would play rook c2 check, and he loses this piece. So after rook c4, there was absolutely no way for white to prevent losing this pawn. So he goes king e2. Duda trades this because bishop into a4. You still have to watch out for some knight b2 related tricks. So he opens up this bishop, and now he takes rook into a4 with the idea of pushing this pawn quite simply.
Yeah, and this one, I think in Blitz very often, the games drag on a bit more. I think in the classical game, this would already be resignable pretty much. But there's very little time, so we fight on. But the white king on d3, it even looks like it could get mated at some point there in the middle of the board.
Yes, that would be a nice sight. Dude has already created some picturesque positions in his game today. No, he just goes for the boring old-fashioned technique. He wins material, and these knights are not going to be
Boring,
able to stand up against the rook.
boring, but effective.
Indeed, cannot argue against that. But Duda has set the expectation levels high after winning with 3 queens, and now we just go rook f3.
Is that knight? It's not
Rook
trapped
f3,
yet,
take the hedge pawn.
but rook f3, and that's.
Oh, look what happened here! Look
Oh
what happened!
my goodness!
Oh my god!
Oh my! Oh my goodness! And now the game is over. It ended in a draw, yeah. Oh my god!
Yes,
And we
it
see,
ended
and
in a draw.
Christoph, he's laughing, but incredible. I mean, I never thought, but knights are tricky pieces, Shina. Knights are tricky pieces. And he fell for what was probably the last trick in the position. Let's just show it one more time.
Yes, I think
Wow.
all he needed to do here was to play something like bishop e5, take f4 under control. G3 was following the next move, and it was game over. But he took the h3 pawn. I think he just got lulled into a false sense of security, missing this move knight f4 check, a deadly fork. And the final position, he
Incredible.
had only one pawn remaining.
Wow. Okay, so let's go now. I don't think we have the PGN files yet, but let's go full camera maybe to Jan Krzysztof Duda and Sadiskovsky. What a save! And Duda drops his second half point. He will be very eager now to get the win with the white pieces here.
Absolutely. If I was Duda, I would have liked to have a bit of recovery time after a slip like that. But yeah, some people also prefer to go back right away to try and get that revenge going. But it's not going to be easy to again unless Daniel forgets his opening preparation. It's not going to be easy to try and get some advantage against him.
And it's a
We have a
very
wild and
weird.
messy position.
Yeah, I said weird, but wild is a lot more accurate. What's going on here? The G file has once again opened. The black king is still in the center. What do you think,
Yes,
Srinath? Help me out.
To be honest, it's not entirely clear to me what's going on as far as the opening is concerned either. What I see is black's pieces are completely undeveloped. Black has, I think, one extra pawn, and he will keep that extra pawn. But the challenge for black will be to complete his queenside development without any more concessions. So white probably goes knight e5 now. I expect knight e5. Yeah, attacking the c6 pawn, and it's actually not totally. Does he intend to sacrifice his exchange, or how is he going to defend the c6 pawn? Bishop b7. There's going to be knight into c6, and now maybe just queen d6. But then white takes knight into b5. I just don't see how he's going to defend his pawns. It's a tricky challenge for Hack, and that's why he's taking his time here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough to
there are
see
ways.
what we do.
But he has to calculate a lot. Bishop b7, white can start with a into b5. He need not take knight into c6 immediately. Maybe this is what black missed. He probably saw something after bishop b7. Somehow I feel black is in trouble here. It feels like black is in trouble. It feels like he has
too many problems because
yes, and you might be able to defend this better with more time, but here there's too many problems in too little time.
Yeah, so he did decide to go for bishop b7, but this king in the center is still a big problem. Jan Krzysztof has meanwhile castled, and his king looks quite safe with this formation with the fianchettoed bishop on g2. So the semi-open g file is not really a problem here, but for black, the question of where his king is going to find a safe haven is a more difficult question to answer.
Yes, absolutely. There's a problem with the king. There's a problem with the mobilization of the light square bishop. Jan Krzysztof not taking a into b5 to keep that bishop locked in. He clearly places a lot of emphasis on the power and activity of his pieces. I think he has a very good sense of this from what I've seen in his games, and he also has an excellent sense of making his opponents uncomfortable in general, choosing the moment to go and do something concrete expected. He's a very strong practical player.
Yeah, and once again we see that in action here. He was brought the queen in to h5, hitting f7. The black queen, was currently still defending it, but still Sadikowski decides to go rook f8. Now Jan Krzysztof takes on d5 and there's a concrete idea because more lines are going to be opening up.
Yes, Black was threatening to castle long until that moment, and Duda sends the moment to trade all the pieces, and he can recover his pawn anytime, by the way, which he does. He's still down by a pawn. He was down by 2 pawns earlier, but the picture of the white knight on e5 and the black bishop on a8, I think that's just basically enough to paint the compensation. And apart from that, the black king is stuck on e8.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a sad position to play for Daniel. We also see he's down to only 25 seconds. Duda still has almost 2 minutes on the clock. That's a huge time advantage. But as you say, I mean, that knight on e5, how will you ever get rid of that? Such a monster. If you ever play f6, your
Yes.
king will be even more exposed. So it's just so tough to do something for black.
And also, there are all these dark squares around the black's king, and those are kind of undefended. With Queen G7, White can even choose to bring his king from the H file with King G2, Rook H1. I think he has time to
Yeah.
do something like that. Black will be looking to try and make B4 work, but White has time to calculate and make moves that will prevent this from happening.
So Jan Christoph decided to go for a slightly different plan. Rather than activate the rook via the H file, he decided to take the A file, and Daniel tried to block that for now with bishop A6 to stop the rook from coming in, but here is already the next problem to solve. Now the G pawn is going forward. It's looking to go forward even more, I guess. G5, G6. Oh, and here comes the one move
Knight
tactic.
G6 check. Yes,
King
black had
E7,
no
yeah.
move at all. I did notice a little smile on Duda's face when he played G4, almost as if almost as if he was like, let's see what move you come up with now.
I think he was enjoying his position a lot. It was a very nice position. Let's see with the cameras if we still have any other games going on the podium. I think there's quite a few games still going on. So let's see. Okay, let's watch this game between Vasif Durabaili and Felix Bloberger. And what are the pieces? Rook and a bishop.
Rook and a bishop, but the black king kind of cornered, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely cornered. And if we count the pawns, actually, maybe we can bring up the 2D board. I don't know. Up to you, or if we just watch with the camera.
Yeah, I think we can bring up the 2D board because Durarbeli does have a lot of time. He has like 50 seconds, and F7 wins here, I think. Doesn't F7 just win here? It's over, yeah?
It does.
F7 and F8. There's no way to stop it.
And resignation, yeah. So we were too late with that board, but let's see. We still have Marcin. Maybe let's bring up his game on the board. He's playing against Pavel Teklav. And unfortunately, we are not lucky charms for Marcin because every time we brought up his game, but now we are looking at another game actually on the camera. So let's have a look. What is going on here? There's a very exposed... No, sorry, the king is in the center of the board on e2. I thought the king was on g1, sorry. So what's going on here, Srinath?
White seems to be having more pawns, or am I... Yeah, white has one pawn
We
more.
can bring up maybe the board. It's left tuck against Pakleza. They are on board number... Where did I...
Yes, that's a tricky part, out here. I just didn't see them.
Okay, so let's just look on the camera. Somehow I saw the board, but then it disappeared. So let's have a look at what we see on the camera.
Yes, I mean it's not even like I can search for the players by their flags, because I see Polish flags all around
I
the
know.
tournament.
It's board number 25 on chess.com.
Yes. Really? 25?
Did you find Srinath? Okay. So
25, I have a different game. It's not
for
a
me, it
clay
was
court game.
25. Oh, I'll just send you the link actually.
Oh, yeah, I found it. It's
Okay, perfect.
wait, what? It's this game. But is he
It's this
playing
game,
against
yes.
is he playing against Pavel or is he playing against Damien? Who is he playing against? This is weird, no? I mean, in the pairings, I see. He's playing against Lutak. Yes, he's not playing. Marcin was playing against Pavel. I'm sorry, I got confused.
Yeah, so the game that
So
we
we
have
have this,
on the camera now, Klesa,
and we are just in
and
time. We
it
are just in
looks
time to see a spectacular
pretty
tactical draw
scary
with the idea of rook
for
into
white.
d4, the king on d2, pinned by the black queen on g5. So it looks like we zoomed in at the exact moment when it was required. Knight into b4. Well, white had to go king e1, but black has an enormous advantage here. Um, he has won this pawn, and he can also probably win the second pawn with rook into d4 in any case, because white has managed to move the king out of the way, but the rook on c1 still remains in this diagonal. He
Yeah, I mean,
chooses to.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean he chose not to go rook into d4 here, but instead keep things closed with knight d5, which is also fair, I think, which also gives a pretty big advantage for black.
But what was wrong with rook d4? Was there anything wrong with it, or did it work?
I don't see anything from what I can see here.
Very tempting.
Indeed, it just takes a lot of pawns. I'm not. Maybe he was discouraged by some queen into b7, and f7
Could
is
be,
attacked,
yes.
b4 is attacked,
Yeah.
and this probably was messier than what he intended, and his opponent had so
So
little time. So
you convinced me. Let's go back maybe to the live position, where suddenly now rook d4 has appeared on the board. It looks like it came at a moment that was even stronger. And now after rook d2, the white king looks like it's in a lot of trouble.
indeed, and just defend this rook on d8. Just don't forget about it, and I think made the white king. Yeah, he played rook d2. White is still hanging on. He still has. I don't know. I hear a lot of counter chances, but okay, we did see Duda drawing that game against Daniel, so we still can't. Oh yeah, that's a checkmate. Now it's a checkmate.
Now it's a checkmate. Did you see the handshake in the end?
No, I was too focused on the board. I was too focused on the moves.
It was one of these COVID handshakes where one player offers like a fist bump and the other the hand, and then they switch back and forth. But they got there in the end, and we see the players discussing the games afterwards. And I think if we look into the playing hall, it looked like almost everything else was already finished. So yeah, as you mentioned, Jan Krzysztof Duda, although there's still no, I think those were the players who were discussing the game on the podium. So Jan Krzysztof Duda, he dropped another half point after falling for a last minute tricky knight fork. But still, of course, he's in the lead. He's now got 15 points out of 16 with 3 rounds and 6 games to go. Srinath, do you think anyone can still stop him?
Absolutely not. He's just playing stronger chess, you know. He's either better at openings or he's better in practical aspect of things. His opponents, they're very good players, they're grandmasters, but they are not able to compete against him across all uh, all areas of the game. You know, he's better at something, and apart from raking up 15 out of 16, I think he's also increasing a pretty decent amount of rating. He was increasing 17 points until the end of 14 rounds. With his 1.5 out of 2, he might be losing some points, but I think he's still about 2800 in Blitz.
Incredible. I mean, it's just fantastic. So he might end today as the European champion with 2800. He has promised us to come into the studio with Katie after the last round. So we will hear from him. I very much look forward to that. But for now, let's also go back to the studio, back to Katie and Piotr from Katowice.
Thank you, Fiona and Trinat, for the amazing commentary that you're providing to us. And here I have as a guest, and this is Bartosz Rudatsky, known as different name as a streamer, but I'm glad that I can pronounce your name. So, how are you?
Thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm fine. After some games, I feel like I'm able to play more, and I got a strength from from previous games. So I feel good, definitely.
Tell us how many points do you have now? Because you have played so many games, and the points.
Okay, so to be honest, I don't even know what round exactly is because the tournament is not going that fast like usually tournaments are. It's going a little slower. I got 9 points. I'm happy. I'm glad about this. Maybe I had some possibilities to gain more points, but in fact I'm happy that I played very good games, and that was the most important fact for me.
Yeah, we had a little chat before going to live, and you mentioned that for you to play good is more important rather than to have points, like a lot of points. And also tell us, how do you feel here in Katowice? Do you like the atmosphere here? Would you like to have some changes, or just to share your opinion about that?
Okay, so I have been in a tournament like this, the championship of the Europe, a few years ago in Warsaw. I think that tournament was very good, but to be honest, I most likely prefer the Katowice tournament because there is a special atmosphere, because this is a stadium, something like this. I don't know how to call it in English, and I basically like this fact that there are seats for viewers, and everyone who plays chess is on this place, where usually people play volleyball, for example.
Yeah, and you also mentioned in the chat with me that you like to have this kind of setup for your streams. Tell us how long you're streaming and how do you enjoy to stream, and then how you're dividing your time to play and to stream.
Okay, so basically I stream for maybe a year right now. It was a very quick story. I didn't even start with the chess streaming. I was streaming the games. After a few months I tried playing chess, and it came really interesting for people, and then I started doing only chess on my channel. So that's how I started. I bought some stuff to streaming stuff. As I said before, this studio looks much better than mine. As I told you, I have only a little lamps, my PC, and that's all. Also I have kitchen at the background, so it's a different story. And to be honest, also I feel like what was the question? I'm so sorry. Because I
forgot.
About the kitchen. Never mind then. So that's all.
Yeah. But when you started talking about the lamps, I was like, I wish to have such a sofa in my room too. So I really also forgot what was the question. But the main point is just the atmosphere here. Yes, like exactly. if you're happy.
Yes. I feel like I'm also in the chess tournament. I love this because there are many people who I know from the childhood. We also grown with chess together. We are going together for tournaments, so we know each other for many years.
Just tell us what's your goal in here, and also you mentioned earlier in the chat with me that you played a lot of tournaments, and do you plan to play even more, or this is the last tournament for this year?
Okay, so it's not that easy like I thought it is, because going for chess tournament needs a lot of time. And when I study and also I'm streaming, I don't have this time that much I had before. So I prefer to play only in the big tournaments, big events like this, or the Amateur World Chess Championship, to try my best on the official tournaments and not going for other because of time. And what's my goal for this tournament? Actually, I'm happy about that. I have this 9 points, so maybe just few points more and play with much stronger opponents to try my best, try new openings, do some tricks. That's my goal.
So chat is so curious. What have you ate during the lunch break? There was a question in the chat.
Okay, so I ate, right? Yeah, okay, I know why they may ask for that. Yes, I went for the traditional Polish diner near the Katowice Spodek and just eat the Polish schabowy. That's the Polish schabowy. That's the meat. Like cutlet. I don't know how to. Yeah, that's cutlet with ziemniaki. So.
So I hope you enjoyed your meal. I hope your tournament will go the way you planned and you will enjoy the tournament. Wish you best of the luck and I hope to see you again.
Thank you very much. I would like to pozdrowić everyone on the chat. Regards and thank you for the invitation there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going back to the Piotr. He has some interesting positions for you.
Going back to chess, I have a nice position which caught my attention. It was between Andrzej Sumec and Miłosz Szpar. So, it looks like the knight on d6 is very strong. I call this as an octopus knight. So, this looks quite nice for white. White is also currently a pawn up, so this looks all great. However, the position is not fully stabilized. The king is still in the middle. The pawn on b2 is about to drop. But if white played some rook b1, then the engine says that white is slightly better, and I would agree with this. And how about knight takes b7? Knight takes b7, grabbing a pawn with a tempo looks a little bit suspicious, but well, with a tempo, maybe that's not so bad. However, it turns out to be a huge mistake, because now after queen e7, white simply doesn't fully have time to, well, concentrate all his pieces. And now after, well, e4, well, black could have taken on b2, but there came bishop a4, also pretty strong move. And we see that the knight on b7 is a loose piece. I was talking about this previously, about some loose pieces that they can usually drop off. There are much simpler examples, but even here, like we can see, the knight on b7 is under attack. The bishop attacks the queen, and if some b3 is coming, you see the long diagonal is open, so the rook on a1 is not feeling very well. So b3 came, and then queen takes b7, b takes a4, and now very powerful move. Knight takes d5, just blasting open the position. It still might not look that simple, but yeah, black has everything calculated. And the point is that after queen, I mean, let's see what happens after e takes d5 first. So then we can give a check on c3, or maybe just take on a1, and queen just cannot recapture because there is rook b1. So knight d5, very powerful move, and after queen takes d5, then the variation is simple. We just trade, and bishop c3 check was a nice intermezzo, but yeah, here check, so that white is not able to castle, and black is just up some material and exchange up, and well, pawns are falling, the a4, a2, just briefly, we can see the rest of the game, but yeah, black is just winning. This is very easy realization, not only extra material, but also white's king, for example, he's not feeling safe anymore, and as I said, there are too many weaknesses, way too many weaknesses, while black does not have that many weaknesses. I mean, the pawn on c5 maybe, but well, if the pawn on d6 is dropping and the a pawns are dropping, that's game over. So well, bishop d6 was played on the board. Now we see the king was pinned on the d file, and yeah, rook takes a4. That was very easy realization, and within some moves white still tried something, but yeah, the pawns are running, and yeah, that was it. So Miłosz Par won a very nice game as black here. Let's see some more examples before we have still time. That was the game between grandmasters Jacek Gdański and Aleksander Donchenko. That was played in one of the earlier rounds before the lunch break, but I still didn't have a chance to show it to you. So here it is. So white is dominating the board. The pawn on c7 is a huge asset, but yeah, white could win. I mean, white also has an extra knight, but some pawns are coming. So white could have played some knight e3, which was possible, but white didn't want to play passively. He chose to force issues, and that was, in a way, good decision, but he didn't use the chance he got. So let's see. And so knight takes b4, queen takes b4, and bishop d6. That's all forced. Queen a4, and just taking on f8. Then c2 came, rook c1. So this is all very forcing play, and we've got the rook endgame. So that's exactly the position I wanted to talk. This is completely winning for white. Extra pawn, but can we win by force? So rook c8. And now, if you can think for a few seconds, how to win as white. This is completely winning position. And Grandmaster Gdański, he won another game against Donchenko, and he was close to make it 2-0. But yeah, he didn't find the best move here. He played king g2, which is objectively still keeping a winning position, but that wasn't the best move. King g8, and yeah, it was too slow. King f3 already was too slow, and after king f8, black's king came in to the pawn, and that was a draw. So let's go back here, or even here immediately. White could just simply win by, for example, playing rook d2 or rook b2 because of the back rank issues. Even if the pawn was okay, if the pawn was on h6, maybe the king could hide, but now the black's king cannot run away, and yeah, he cannot take the pawn on c7. I mean, he can, but then it's a mate in one, and if not, then the rook is going to d8 anyway. So if g6, let's say, then rook coming to d8, and if you trade on d8, then there is a queen, new queen coming. That's it. So a huge miss for Grandmaster Gdański, but still a very good result at that time in the tournament, beating Aleksander Donchenko 1.5 to half. I had also the second position from that match, because well, the position was roughly equal. I mean, the position is messy, but objectively it's equal. So I just want to show very simple blunder made by Donchenko, probably in a time travel. Okay, Blitz games are starting with time travels, but when you have a few seconds, it's even a bigger time travel. So there came queen d4. So white wanted, well, trade queens, but after queen takes d4, e takes d4, just a few seconds, maybe you can think what to play as black. Because some pieces are hanging in the air, and there came e3. That's right. So attacking the knight and attacking the rook. And here, after rook c3, e takes d2 was good, but e takes f2, just winning a piece was good enough, and Grandmaster Gdański won the game within a few more moves. So yeah, he is just piece up. So we can see a lot of blunders. I'm sure I haven't spotted all the blunders to show it to you, but I'm sure there are more and more blunders, even in Grandmaster games, in those Blitz games. So, talking about rook end games, because I've shown that rook end game just before, and here is also a very interesting position. Black to move. He's pawn down, and there is a pawn race. So h pawn is running up, and that may give some chances to make a draw. And how to make a draw? Well, it's not that easy to calculate everything. Well, especially in the pawn races, sometimes you need to rely on the intuition, and sometimes just king g3 or king g2. Sometimes you just need to pick at random or trust your intuition or feel when you can win a tempo and then hope for the best. So here king g2 was played in the game, and that wasn't the best move, because after rook h6 the pawn is running h3, a5, let's see, and now h2. So yeah, I think a6 was even better, but rook h2 was fine, king h2, a6, and black's rook is not able to catch those pawns. So let's see, a few more moves, king g3, a7, rook g8, and the king is coming, and black's king is way too far away to help. So yeah, that was it. I mean, black could give a check, but then king comes to b7, whoops, king b7, trade on a8, king a8, and the b pawn is running. That's game over. However, as I said, in this position black could still make a draw with the move king g3, because at first, well, there are always some advantages and disadvantages, and king g2 looked very logical because, well, it feels like we are helping our pawn to promote, but after this king g2, rook h6, h3, we are actually not having a big threat. I mean, the pawn is running, but with the move king g3, now let's say rook h6, h3, there is a big threat. Because if white goes a5, what black can do? Well, he's not coming h2, because then after rook h2 will transpose back to the game, and that's a lost position. Black can play rook to h4. And now, well, if we trade, well, it is black's pawn who is faster, and actually black is winning, because a6, h2, a7, h1 queen, and okay, if you queen, the queen will capture. Whoops, not here, of course, just queen will capture. And yeah, white's king is too far away to help the pawn, and this would be lost, even lost position. So after rook h4, it would be white who needs to be more careful to take a draw. That's why after h3, as rook h4 is a threat, white would have to play rook h3, essentially losing a tempo compared to that previous variation. So king takes h3. Still, I guess in the game it's not easy to calculate whether it's a draw or not, but you need to compare the lines. So compared to the previous line where the king was coming to g2 and the pawn had to go all the way to h2 to be taken, we won a tempo as black, and this tempo could save a game. So after here, let's say a5, well, we can play even rook g1 just to play from behind, and now just run with the king g4, let's say a7, the rook is coming from behind, and king b6, and you see white, it will take quite a lot of time to promote, and the king can just come closer here. Now you can promote, but then the king will catch the b pawn easily. So let's see, b5, still black is in time, like b6, king c5, getting in touch with the pawn on b6, and that would be enough for a draw. So I think that was very interesting rook endgame, and I hope you could learn something from it. And now I think the round is about to start, so back to you.
Welcome back. Thank you very much, Peter, for all the insights on the big screen. And players are getting ready right now. Let me very quickly remind you the situation. Young Christoph today is leading the event, a sole leader. with 15 points, and then we have a lot of players chasing after him, but they have 13 points, and those are Ilya Schneider from Germany, Vasif Turabayev from Azerbaijan. Then we have two Polish players, Jakub Kosakowski and Zbigniew Pakleza. Then we have Vahe Danelian from Armenia and Pavel Tesla from Poland, as well as Maciej Klekowski. And then we have a lot of players with 12.5 who can still make it. Right now you can see Jan Krzysztof Duda against Vasif Turabayev. This is a very important game for Vasif, and here these two players going to play for 2 points. They're playing 2 games, as you know, and here we have the footage of the other leaders. The game will start in a second, and now it's time to invite our dear commentators Fiona and Srinath on the live.
Thank you so much, Katy. Srinath, welcome back. So as Katy just mentioned already, a 2-point lead for Jan Krzysztof Duda with only 3 rounds, 6 games to go. And I think we're going to continue focusing on his game. He's yet to lose one. He's given up 2 half points only. How do you see the chances of Vasif Turabayev, Srinath? Srinath, I think you're muted.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Once again, I'm really sorry. I think Vasif is going to be one of the more challenging opponents for Duda. He's been about 2600 for a really long time. He was incredibly talented. I remember him from the times of the World Under 20. He was, I think, about 2 years older than me. And then he migrated from Azerbaijan to USA, and he was part of the very strong the Webster University team in St. Louis. And he also played pretty well in the World Cup. I don't remember exactly who he knocked out, but it was someone well above 2700.
Yeah, I also can't remember, but he had a great run, and well, here he's facing a tough test, of course, in person of Jan Krzysztof Duda. He's starting with the black pieces. I don't think we have any games yet, so we'll just focus on the camera for now. And what was this opening? How did we get here? Some Rui Lopez again?
It's the Marshall. Yes, the Rui Lopez Marshall, which was also played by the world champion quite recently in his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it's some kind of an anti-Marshall where white went d3 and bishop d2. I think we just have this typical Marshall position. If I remember, Vasif plays the Slav as black against d4, and I think he plays a Marshall or Berlin against 1e4. I don't know why I remember that information, but I do.
So he is well versed in these positions. We see the close up there, Vasif, very focused. Meanwhile, Jan Krzysztof has jumped his knight into f5, a square where the knights are in general quite happy.
Indeed, in general, the knights are quite happy on f5, but here Vasif is counting on the fact that he hasn't committed any weakness on the king side. He hasn't moved any of his pawns, and white does not have immediate targets. He cannot bring his queen to g4, for example. So h3 is a move exactly seeking to address that, creating the space on h2 for his knight, so that he can try something like knight h2, knight g4. For now, Vasif understands that he cannot do a lot on the king side, so he decides to create his own counterplay on the queen side by shutting off white's light square bishop, a strategic pawn sacrifice. He shuts off the a2 bishop. Duda doesn't want to keep that bishop on the board with his pawn on b3, so he decides to trade that bishop for the knight and live with that pawn on b3 anyway. I think white has a bit of an advantage here from what I can see. Duda has a pawn up, and he will bring that knight onto d2 up next. I don't see black's counterplay.
Interesting. I'm curious what Vasif, because Vasif is, if I can make the clock out correctly, Vasif still has like 2.5 minutes on the clock, while Jan Christoph down to 1:45. So Vasif has played into this line very, very quickly. And there we see the zoom in. Thank you so much to our production team. And the knight just jumping back into E3.
Yes, and Vasif tries to bring his own knight onto e6. In general, in these types of positions, what black really wants to do is play f5. He has his bishop on c6, and if he can get f5 and force white to take into f5, then the bishop will be opened up and active. It's curious that Jan Christoph just played knight c4, kind of inviting black to play f5. I'm curious what he has in mind when black inevitably gets f5. Oh, knight into d6. I missed this, and so did Vasif. Queen into
Yes, you
d6,
could
bishop
see he
e5 is
didn't give.
on.
Yeah, sorry, Sudha. I was saying at first he didn't give too much away, just gave a surprised look, but then the head shaking starts. The problem, of course, if the queen takes on d6, bishop e5, and there is the skewer on the queen and the rook, and the problem is the queen doesn't have any squares from where it can protect that rook, so that's basically just a pawn that fell, and that was a big pawn on d6.
Indeed, the pawn that was kind of holding together the black's queen side and the king side. And now his pawn structure is kind of ruined. He is down by 2 pawns. So all he has is counterplay on the king side, if he can generate any. The knight on f4 should be giving him some hope, though.
Yeah, so the knight on f4, which we'll be looking at some point maybe to take the pawn on h3, but for now it looks like there's just not enough firepower just yet to make any kind of sacrifices work. And Jan Christoph, well, I think it makes a lot of sense for him to try and trade as many pieces as possible. And so we see him play the bishop to a5 to try and exchange those dark squared bishops.
Also, one thing that's in Vasif's favor is that it's not easy to open lines with white. There's no pawn break in sight, and when you want to convert an advantage where you have superior material, you want to try and open lines as much as you can to simplify things, to trade more, to find paths for your pieces. So there is more at play, and there's more things to play for, and then your superior material comes in handy. But in this case, it's not so easy for white to create this, and that also gives some hope for black. I think there's still some conversion task ahead practically for Duda.
Yeah, maybe we can bring up the board now. I think the games have just been added. So if you have the game, we can have a look on the 2D board to try and get a better understanding, because it's always easier to watch the live board when there is less pieces in the end game. It's easier here. It's still, things are a little more messy still, and as you said, not so easy to play here maybe for Duda.
Indeed, it's not so easy. It's not so easy yet. Both the players starting to get a bit low on time. Usually, this has been the point where Duda has really managed to outplay his opponents and take over completely. Let's
Yeah,
see
it
if
was
Vasif
interesting that.
is able to change that.
Yeah, Vasif had a big time edge, but then he spent a lot of time to come up with this plan. Now we just saw the move rook d7. Vasif will try and double the rooks on the d file and put some pressure, I guess, on the point on d3.
Yes, and as long as his knight on f4 remains for black, I think it's still not over for black. White tries to create pressure on the c5 point. That might be his opening. That has to be his opening. D3 firmly defended. King h to g3 probably at some point, but for starters, pressure on the c5 point.
Yeah, and we see
Curious.
that the bar has. Huh? Sorry, Srinat, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was curious how he was going to try and attack the c5 pawn where the knight goes. He goes to d2, The Black Knight also has the d4 square, but it's not as effective as the f4 square because from d4 it's not really attacking any vulnerable targets.
Yeah, this is the problem sometimes with these outposts. They look so nice. It looks lovely to bring a knight to d4, but then the question is, and what's next? And there is no clear answer. So that's why we don't see that knight, I think, jump into d4, at least not just yet, and not while there is no reason. And Jan Christoph now is launching his own play with f4, and we have zoomed in on the board as both players are actually incredibly low on the clock, only around 5 seconds each.
Yes, but it seems like Black has made quite a bit of progress. He's taken one pawn, and his pieces are well positioned to try and take another pawn. Now he has to watch out for knight g5 though. Knight g5 was not working, so he takes and e into d4, rook c2. For now, Duda has a pawn up, and he tries to keep that defended. It looks like he has a safe advantage. Things have clarified a bit. He has everything protected, and he's he's on his way to conversion.
Yeah, he's also
Queen
managed
f1,
to
queen
exchange it.
f1, queen into d4.
Oh,
Yes, this
okay,
was important.
queen.
And now I think, just to not allow the rook onto the f1 square. And now it's over, I think. Now it's close to, maybe over is a bit premature, but now I think white, queen f8 and queen f5, it's over.
Resignation, the only move, and then queen f5 check was going to force the queens off. So yet another win for Jan Christoph Duda. He's on 16 out of 17 as we see the players swap seats. So Vasif will have the white pieces in the next game. He had some chances as well, but eventually they all crumble in the end.
Indeed, it was not at all easy. It was a very tricky conversion, even with the two extra pawns. But Duda does these kind of things all the time against some of the best players in the world. And when you play at that level with people above 2750 all the time, people like Magnus and Fabiano, Ding, and people at that level in general, Hikaru, it's you get used to a very high level of resistance because they are incredibly good at defending bad positions, and that makes it easier to break down resistances of slightly lesser level.
Absolutely. And well, here we see the second game. I think we'll just stick with the live cameras. We don't have the PGNs yet. But Vasil, I don't know if you saw, but he played e4 and responded to Jan Krzysztof's Duda c5 with b3. Quite a rare second move to meet the Sicilian with.
Yes, and it looks like a very interesting offbeat Sicilian, yes. And once again, Vasif off the blocks with a very, very fast approach. I do remember that he used to play quite fast even back in the day when he was a junior. And he used to make pretty decent moves while playing fast. But sometimes I did notice that he could miss some important tactical blows. He was very good strategically, but sometimes miss these kind of knight into d6 like moves like he did in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what is happening here? This time in the previous game, Vasiv never managed to get in f5, but this time he's gotten in f4 at least. F4 is probably my favorite move, Srinat. I love a semi-open f-file, but I don't know. So here, Vasiv is thinking, are there any problems or is he just thinking how to recapture?
No, I think he's just I'm not even sure if he was looking at how to maybe he was briefly considering some rook into f4 because you cannot take with the knight on d5. Then there would be knight. But I think he was briefly contemplating taking
With the rook.
with the rook on f4, and this is also, I think, a pretty decent position for white to have out of the opening. I quite like the chances for the initiative. So do you play the Grand Prix?
I do.
I mean, usually.
Yes, I do. It's my favorite opening. When I was playing over the board chess, at some point I had to make myself stop playing it because I played it so many times, and in classical games, when the opponents prepare, it's not so much fun. But when I play Blitz and Bullet online, it is my favorite, and it very often works quite well. And I think we even saw the Grand Prix make a bit of a comeback on the highest level. I think Gawain Jones instilled some life. I think even Magnus himself played it a bit. But so yeah, I'm quite happy here with Vasev's position. It's of course not like a Grand Prix exactly, but this black king, this fianchetto. Now we just have to think how to attack. The queen comes to d2, looking down at those dark squares, maybe on g5, on h6, and also bringing back the knight to e3. So that knight maybe looking to jump to. I don't know, Srinet. How do we continue the
F5,
attack as
G4?
white?
You're just tempted by a surplus of options, aren't you?
Exactly.
F5, G4. It's like a buffet, yes?
Exactly. All you can eat. All you can jump to. But for now, first.
Yeah, I think taking on c6 was quite understandable. He wants to free that square for his knight. He's going to double his rooks on the f file and then have one of his knights on d5. The f6 square for black is quite weak and undefended. And in this game, I feel that white is better in this position. I would evaluate it as better for white if I had to give an evaluation bar. And rook f1 and knight d5 incoming. So I think this is like the second game that Duda is under real serious pressure. Now, the previous time he managed to find something to change the game, to change the direction of the game, to change the flow. And I would be very interested to see how he manages to defend in this game, how he manages to turn it around if he can.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the new game just yet. So I think we'll stick with the full screen camera. And especially as the time is already ticking down quite low, under a minute, and here the knights are dancing. One knight has jumped into d5, the other into g4. Now the queen is threatening to come into h6, so Duda decides to take the knight. And I guess you still like white?
Yes, I still like white. It's clear that white is exerting the pressure and black is defending. Although black has defensive chances and black need not be necessarily worse here because he does have everything solidly protected. But on the other hand, it's white who is exerting the pressure. For white, the problem is though it's not easy to find a way in. It's not easy to find a way through. So he tries to attack from a different front. He has this f6 square under his vision. It would be nice if white did not have this pawn on g4 though, because that really gives black counterplay. If that pawn was on h3, I think that would be so much better and ideal. Although this allows some knight f5 check jumps in certain situations.
Yeah, so we see that
Yes, he's
Vasev
preparing
is
knight
trying
f5
to
check.
rearrange. Very tricky. Knight f5 is a threat. And we'll see. We'll do the... Okay, h5. Wow.
But this allows knight f5 check. And then he just goes king h7. G into h5, he has g into f5. I guess... so he starts with g into h5 and now rook a6 or rook a8. He has entered into Duda's defense, and now knight f5 check could be a real problem.
Yeah, and we see for the first time Duda here on the serious pressure, down to just 10 seconds on the clock. The queen comes to h4. Now there's threats of queen
knight f5 check,
h8 mate.
Oh. I'm
Oh,
sorry, I'm
was that a
sorry. I got
move?
excited and interrupted you. No,
No
because
worries.
queen to f5.
Okay, so now f5. Can we zoom in maybe the previous view with the clock times? Because I think the players are so low. We see so many people watching this super exciting game. Queen g3 check. The king is now completely out in the open.
Oh, queen e1 check, queen e1 check. Knight into g4, there's queen e1 check. He's creating his corner chances, Fiona. It's not one-sided anymore. But knight into
Knight
f5 check.
takes
Wow, what a move.
f5.
Queen g4 check, rook g5, and queen h4 now maybe? No, he just goes queen e2. He has won a pawn. He wants everything defended now, and white cannot lose here. He doesn't have that attack anymore. He
Absolutely.
has transformed his advantage.
But it's a very favorable endgame. He's probably going to exchange a pair of rooks. But as you say, it's a game for two results. Unless he flags or blunders really badly, it is just a healthy extra g-pawn. So we will see now what will Vasif do with this position. First to
Yes,
give a
to be
check.
honest, I just don't see Vasif messing this up because I think he has very good endgame technique. It's either going to be a draw or a win. G3 now. He brings his king forward. The king can also defend the
Now,
c2 pawn if required from there. No, I think it's going to be a draw with good defense.
it's not so easy to
What do you
make
think?
progress because the black rook has infiltrated behind our position. So there's always the rook can attack the c2 pawn from c1 or the g2 pawn from g1.
Oh, he made an illegal move. Did you see that?
Oh my
He was
god.
expecting rook e1 check, and he made this illegal move. And I think that's a loss in Blitz.
I don't
I think
think
that's a
so.
loss.
I think it used to be a loss. I think they changed the rules. No, I think it's not a loss anymore. I think Duda will receive some extra time, but where is the arbiter when we need him? I think the arbiter is coming
But
now.
rook d1 was a
And
strange move to make. Okay, so he adds time, but it's also not a bad thing for Vasif because now he gets some time to compose himself, and even with 5 seconds, he cannot lose this position as white. D into
it's
c5, d
actually
into
very
c5, rook c4.
funny. It's funny. Apparently, it's one extra minute for Duda. And of course, now the second illegal move will lose. But it was very funny to see that even while the players were waiting for the arbiter, they sort of exchanged a few quick words and were joking. So it's nice to see this good spirit of the players. And still, Vasif is pushing for a win here. It's always a bit rattling. I know that I think the most famous illegal move that I saw in recent times was Vidit against was it against Nakamura, this famous video?
Yes. With it against Hikaru, and also we saw quite a bit of illegal moves from these little kids in this Tata Steel Masters. There was one from Prague when he castled in a position where he had already moved the king, and there were so many examples of that. No, but I think
But
I think
has
this
Vasif now
could
made
work.
some
This could
progress
work
with the
too.
rook on c4?
I'm not entirely sure. It looks like he has made some progress, but also black seems to have things under control. White king is not able to advance forward, and something like c3 it just plays into black's hands because the more pawns you end up trading, the more closer it goes towards a draw. So maybe he's trying to change the rooks and the king, take king to c4, and
Yeah.
then the rook tries to advance the g pawn and even try to sacrifice it if possible. Rook f2, rook g2, rook behind the passed pawn, and then try and get his king towards the c pawn. Those pawns will not be easy for black to defend. Now g5, there's going to be rook g4, so that was the tricky point. Vasif really suffering from lack of time. If only he had a little bit of time, he can make some serious progress here. This rook endgame, it's very convertible, I think.
Yeah, we see
But now
he
now
has
he's in trouble.
managed. Yeah, they just agreed to draw. It's funny in those in those spots, like Vasif didn't even make any move at all. He just looked at Duda and said, "Okay, draw," and Duda was like, "Okay, sure." So draw agreed because it was just not possible, at least with this little time, to make progress. I don't know how this endgame would objectively be with a lot of time on the clock, but there we see Jan Krzysztof Duda dropping his third half point. He's still firmly in the lead. What is it now, 16 and a half out of 18? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. And we see the players discussing the game there. It's always such a nice touch, to see the players, even in a Blitz tournament, sitting at the board and discussing. And I'm sure, yes, Vasif is thinking about the chances he might have missed in this game.
Absolutely. And even towards the end, I think even towards the end, the Rook endgame looks close to it should be convertible. But White needed some time. White needed some time to make that progress. And towards the end, it looked as if Vasif got a little exhausted with all his attempts. And it was still a bit of a mature place to, I think, agree for a draw. White could still play on. White could still keep trying. He has the extra pawn. He doesn't risk losing. And as long as you don't risk losing, I think you can always keep making moves.
I think maybe he was also a little bit rattled by this illegal move. It doesn't happen so often to players of this level, to actually make an illegal move, especially this kind of illegal move where you step your king into a check. But yeah, Vasif still getting a draw. Of course, he was hoping for more from the position he got. We didn't see they played
Yes,
too
also I think
long.
No, I think this is the only game where Duda was, totally outplayed from the start to the end, and he was under pressure throughout. I think in all other games he managed to have the upper hand. In the other two games he drew as well. The first time it was a blunder in the opening by Duda, and then he managed to fight back, and he was the one dictating terms. The second time was a blunder in the end game, and he was dictating terms throughout the game. So in terms of the level, I think this was the game where he was pushed the most.
Yeah, absolutely. But he still took another big step towards. Might even clinch it before the final round, but we'll find out about that in 20 minutes when round. So only 2 rounds to go, 4 games to go. But for now, we're going to go back to Katowice, to the studio there with Katy and Piotr.
Thank you, Fiona and Peter. I'm alone over here, and even Peter is disappearing. So what I can say is that around the last game, Vasif and Jan, it was so many people. You couldn't get any closer, and we also have huge screen over here. So there are people who are just observing the game over the huge screen rather than to be close. So it seems like really friendly atmosphere over here, but still a fighting spirit, as you can see. And this is the open question to to our viewers. Peter just came here. Yes. Okay, Peter wants to tell me something. Yeah. Interview. All right. Yeah, we can do it. Okay, we can do it. Interview. So yeah, I just wanted to very quickly ask the question to our chat on Twitch, European Chess TV and Fiona's Twitch, and also on European Chess TV YouTube channel. What do you guys think about illegal moves? Should it be the rule like we have now, or it should be like it was previous time? Like illegal move was a loss. So here we have people waving to us. Look at them, kids waving at us. Look at them being so happy. I can see them. Let's get back to them. They really want to see themselves. And we can also meanwhile get new people here at the interview. So yeah, this is really nice to be seen. Once again, we're at the Katowice Stadium Spodek. This place has been a host of many sport events, and now we have here the chess. So here we have another guest joining. Peter was actually hunting a guest for me. Hello, Anna Kubicka, also known as chess.com player Little Savage Mo. Is that your name?
Savage Little Mo. I know it's so hard to say, but it's yes.
So Anna Kubicka here, Women International Master. So Anna, how things are going for you at the tournament? Are you satisfied with your result?
Yes, I think I'm satisfied. I have 10 points right now. I'm not sure about those points because there are 2 games each round and it's so hard to calculate it. But it's like I have so low Blitz rating, so that's why I'm playing against players who have a higher rating than mine, but their standard rating is lower. So I don't know how to play with them. Is a draw a good score or not? But I think that some games were brilliant, according to me, but some of them were terrible. So right now I'm just on the roller coaster of good and bad games.
All right. We know that you're savage in online chess. I've been experienced it on my own. So what's your prefer to play over the board or online games, or you just prefer to combine both of them?
Online games are much more comfortable because you can sit in your room. You don't have to care about your clothes. You can just you can
At least down part.
yeah, exactly. I think I could see Magnus Carlsen once playing in shorts. Yes, so that's exactly right. It's when you play standard games, you can meet your friends, you can talk with everybody, you can just go for sightseeing, right? For example, here in Katowice, you can go in the afternoon, and when you play online, that's a strange feeling, like you cannot see your opponent, or you don't have enough time to look at the camera. So, for example, where you sacrifice, or your opponent sacrifice, you don't know the reaction, you don't know, is it blunder, is it something really good, and you feel just completely different. Here you can see that your opponent is relaxed or is stressed, and it's completely different kind of play.
So our chat says that in online chess you can't make illegal moves. The computer does not allow you.
That's really good thing in online games. You cannot do it, and I'm one person who made an illegal move at standard game.
Oh no!
So,
Tell us.
no, it's better not to do. But it was against Stavrola Tsolakidu, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't stand it. Why did it happen? But of course, here when you make an illegal move, it's only small punishment, about 1 minute of bonus for the opponent. So even if it happens, you can just play and you don't lose.
So what do you think about that? Before we go to the next question, we're having the footage from the playing venue here. Some of our spectators and the players are having really a lot of fun to see themselves on the big screen, which is over here, and we can also see them. This is really nice, nice atmosphere. You have been in Katowice many times.
Yes, because I'm from Gliwice. It's 30 kilometers away from Katowice. And I can see them. You know what? They should wear scarves with their favorite clubs or players, like Jan Krzysztof Duda on the scarf. And they should, at the football match, they should just jump, scream, make a wave.
Absolutely, we're getting very close. We're starting to do chess tournaments at the playing venue. Maybe we'll get very close. So, what's your expectations for the last rounds?
Of course, to win. What's the question? I don't understand. Of course, to make four and to place. And I don't know the standings. I don't know which place I have right now. But there are not so many female players here, so maybe there's a chance to be one of them.
To get
Yeah, to get in place in women's classification.
Earlier we had Claudia Colon, and she openly said that her goal was to beat Youngest Duda. So I thought you also had some someone.
So she improved because she always says, "Oh, I'm going to win. I'm going to have first place." So here, for example, the real perspective is to have first place in women classification. So now her goal is to beat Youngest Duda. That's just she has higher goals than all. But okay, if she wants to, why not?
Let's wish her good luck. Thank you so much for coming. Next round might start really soon, and maybe you need some to be focused for.
I need a coffee from Mokate food truck.
Yes. So guys, I don't know if you see, but we have a food truck over here. That's a car, right? That's a car.
Yes.
They're driving then
Yes,
after.
they had to enter the plane venue somewhere here. I don't know.
Yeah.
How did they do it? How did they park?
Yeah, I've seen them driving car, our coffee and tea car, tons of coffee and tea inside.
You know what? They have good coffee, but the hot chocolate is delicious. It's the best thing. So, yes, during the break you have to go and ask for hot chocolate. It's just perfect.
And all these drinks here are for free. So that's a very good hint. I'll get hot chocolate because here in Poland is -3 for now for today. It's quite cold time.
It is exactly like that. I don't want to go outside. That's why I'm sitting here for the whole day to avoid going and hitting its temperature.
So best of the luck. Thank you for coming, and hope to see you again.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, I think Peter is also ready to analyze some of the games, and let's check out what he has for us.
There is so much going on, but the position which caught my attention from the last round is this one between Tomasz Lauruszasz. I think he's become a grandmaster very recently, scoring his last third norm in Warsaw in July at the Warsaw Chess Open, and he played against Igor Kowalski. So we can see that yeah, White is objectively completely winning. Yeah, the computer says it's like +5. However, things are very tricky because the king, White's king, is feeling very unsafe. So let's see what happened. So Queen F7. So the pawn on F2 is under attack. It's very tricky because, you know, what does it mean that it's winning? But during the game, the practical game, you need to find moves, and which might be even very difficult for strong grandmasters. And let's see. He played bishop e3, normal looking move, just protecting the pawn on f2, and apparently you can see the bar, like White was winning, and now it is like Black is yeah, winning here, because after knight takes f2, queen e2, there came check, king g2, that's the only move, and queen comes to d5. Probably this check was not expected. It felt like White has all under control, but you cannot play bishop e4 because there's a bishop on e3, and yeah, he played king g3, there came rook f3, and what does it mean? That the knight on a grabbed the rook, and yeah, but it's trapped there, it's not doing anything. The rook on b1 also is not participating in the game, while White's king is just completely naked, and after king takes g4, h5, well, king takes h5, yeah, but we can already see that it's not going very well, like e4, king h4, check, and yeah, that was a checkmate, which ends the game. So back to this position where White was winning, and I'm not giving you as a puzzle, although you can think what would you play, but I'm just showing you how difficult chess is. That even though you can be completely winning, you still need to be careful, especially in a blitz. You gotta move fast, and yeah, king safety is so important. So better was queen e2 first, and after knight takes f2,
Yeah, we saw that knight h3, king g2, queen d5 is a little bit tricky. But bishop c4 is one of the moves, not the only move, but bishop c4 luring the pawn to d5 and kind of bishop b3, and it's now all under control, although still from a practical point of view might be tricky. But yeah, after knight h3, let's say king g2, somehow yeah, black cannot continue the attack. I mean, some material down, and white defends and yeah, wins the game. But we can see it's very, very difficult. And king safety, I will mention this once again, is of a crucial importance in chess, and especially in a blitz, that even objectively winning position for a grandmaster, it might not be easy to convert to a full point if your king is not safe. Then you need to make really sometimes a bit weird move, like bishop, queen e2, bishop c4, and then b3. That's not very natural. Of course, in a classical game, I guess Tomasz Laurusza would have found it, but in the blitz, yeah, he got mated. So let's see some other example like this. White is some pawns up, but it's all about counter chances, attacking, and so on, being very active, right? Very dynamic chess. And here we can see that rook c8, that even though objectively white is better, I get a feeling that it's easier to play as black, because black has a very simple plan, just to double on the second rank, just to attack the knight on e2, like bishop d7, b5 is coming, so all about piece activity. So let's see, b4, so white is pushing pawns, this is white's assets, I mean, so let's push those pawns, but then rook is coming to c2, g4 and bishop d7, and as I can see, it's all very easy for black, attacking, I mean, threatening bishop b5, and after a4, okay, white is pushing pawn, not allowing bishop b5, but there is still a huge pressure on the second rank, and yeah, f5 was played here, so it was a little bit tricky. Let's see till this moment. And now white played rook a7, which, okay, might not be the very bad move, but for example, the computer says that the best was rook a8, king f7, rook a7. So kind of losing a tempo, but making the spin, not allowing the bishop to move, and if king goes to e6, well, maybe king f1, there are some discoveries. Also, black's king might not feel very safe, so but there's also line like playing b7, queen, here, 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 here. So white lost a pawn, b pawn, but managed to unpin and get some activity. So it's all about activity. This is very, very crucial in those kind of messy positions. So going back here, we saw in the game that, yeah, even though it looked so good for white, black's activity made it very difficult to play. And still here, it was good to just to promote, give up, well, the important pawn just to get this bishop back. But probably, I guess, white was too greedy and played rook a8, king h7, and made a new queen, which looks very nice. However, after this check, well, yeah, white was mated. So this pressure on the second rank was very, very important, and white just wasn't very precise, and it wasn't easy to be precise. So I hope you get a feeling of those dynamic positions. Of course, you could analyze it for longer, but yeah, I hope it was interesting. So as I see, the round is about to start. So yeah, I think I'm done, and back to the studio.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Peter, for all the insights you're giving us during the break. And look who I have over here. This is pionek. That's how the pawn is called here in Polish. At least that's what I remember. And we have these little pawnings everywhere here. So I still one just to have a company over here, and it has some logos and the crown. And yeah, it will be here for a while. So before we go to our commentators, I would like to just give very brief information about the standings. We have Jan Christoph Duda still being a sole leader with 16.5 points. Then we have only one player chasing him with 15 points. This is Maciej Klekowski. And then we have two players, 4.5 points, and those are Anton Demchenko and Pavel Tetzlav. Those players have been among the leaders for so long. Now we have another two games going on between those players. They will play white and then black colors. They will switch to colors. And I just heard that they are starting the round, so it means that we're going back to Fiona and Srinath.
Thank you so much, Katie. So, Jan Christoph Duda still in the lead on 16.5 points, but he is in second place, actually. Maciej Klekowski is having a really, really good event on 15 points. So, Srinath, if he scores a 2-0 victory over Duda, he could overtake him, but regardless, he's had a great start to the tournament. I have to say, another player I'm not really familiar with, so I'm very curious to see this game.
Indeed. I also not heard of him, and I'm curious to see that he's older than me. Now, that's not something I see a lot in chess these days. But yeah, he was born in 1992, and he has had a wonderful tournament so far. He has beaten some really good players along the way of getting to 15 points. Let's see if we can do it against Duda as well.
Yeah, I also think, he has nothing to lose. I'm sure he will have gained a lot of confidence from having such a great score, 15 out of 18, and it's also a great opportunity, of course, to get to play against Yannick. So let's see a quiet start to the game.
Yes, a quiet start to the game, and I guess that that works quite well in Blitz in general. Also, a very solid setup for Black. He has a very symmetrical position, and then he goes Bishop B7, Knight D7, C5. White also manages to get Bishop D3, C3, and usually then tries to break with E4 at some moments. I think this is quite similar to the London system, except that the bishop is on G5 instead of F4.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess Black where are the Black breaks? I guess one is C5, which will probably happen soon.
Yes, I expect Black to try and play for C5. White, on the other hand, usually tries to play for E4 in these types of positions, but he has to time it well. Another option would be to just play Knight E5 and F4 and G4. I think this is what Duda is going for. He just goes Knight E5
That would be
now F4 is tempting.
Yeah, absolutely. F4 is on the board, my favorite move again, and I like your suggestion a lot of following up with some G4, and let's go.
So usually Black would respond with Knight E4 in these types of positions. F4 weakens the E4 square, and it would be nice to have your Knight on E4 for two reasons. One, it occupies a weakness, and second, it also prepares F6. But it's interesting that Duda took H6 he took on F6 as soon as Black played H6. And now if White plays Knight E4 and then follows it up with F6, then it weakens the G6 square, giving Knight entry onto Black's king side. So I think these small things, it can make a big difference, and Duda was pretty vigilant about it.
Absolutely, and we see, so instead of jumping forward, Maciej decides to jump backwards with the knight to d7 to try and challenge a little bit the knight on e5, but of course Duda doesn't have to touch that knight. I don't think he's too concerned about Black taking. Instead, in comes the queen, another move I like to see, Srinath, bringing the queen closer to that Black king.
Indeed, Fiona, and I get the sense that Black has already been rattled at this point. His bishop on b7 is completely out of the game. This makes a big difference in terms of how the pieces are placed in general. I'm sorry, how the pieces are acting out and controlling the game in general. And it's not going to be easy for Black to react against White's g4, which is going to come pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks
Queen e8,
like
he's going to go
trouble
back
is
queen
brewing.
h2.
Yeah, of course, in a position like that, I would be very disappointed if he swapped queens, rook f2. I guess the idea is to free the pave the way for the other rook, but what was the need to go rook f2?
Two reasons. With a5, Black was threatening bishop a6. So White decides to take his rook out of the way so he can respond to bishop a6 with bishop c2. And of course, the other idea is to try and prepare g4 so the rook can come to g2 and support it. King h1, the other rook also comes to g1, and we are going to see a full-blown avalanche on the g file.
Yeah, and all
Stockfish
the white
shows
pieces are very nicely. So yeah, I would be
yes.
shocked if I was playing with the white pieces. I could tell you I would be feeling a lot more optimistic about my position. But sometimes the bar also takes some time because now you see it has jumped up a little bit. The white position just looks so nice. I don't know if the knight. Well, yeah, the knight has jumped into the outpost on e5. And it just looks like still g4. If that bishop from c2 ever opens, looks like there could be a lot of trouble on the horizon for Messier.
Yes, he has managed to mount some resistance. For now, he intends to respond to g4 with f4, and Jan decides to evict the queen from g5 first, g3 and h4, and then try and play for g4 when he takes control of the f4 square. So h4, and it's not clear how Black will respond at that point. Queen g4
Yeah,
probably goes into a worse endgame.
he quickly dropped the
He
queen
goes
back
back.
to e7.
Now I'd be tempted to go g4 directly. Queen into
But
h4. I
h4.
think I have some rook h2. And if
You're
you
not
don't take queen into
afraid.
h4, then well, I'm not the one playing the game.
It's true. It's so much easier in our commentary spot to give up our pawns and just go all out. But Yannick, he thought about it. He decided not to go for g4.
Yeah, I think g4, the problem was f into g4, and then the f2 was hanging. So that was a straightforward. But Black has
And I
defended
have
well
to
in this
say,
game.
has defended well, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm very impressed by Klakowski's resistance because it's a kind of game, where especially you're playing Duda, he's throwing everything at you. It's very easy to just collapse, but he has been very, very composed. And in fact, the player's already down to 20 seconds. It happened so fast, and both of them. So Duda does not have an edge on the clock. Maybe we can bring the full camera quite soon. And keep a closer eye on that clock as the players are both maneuvering their bishop.
Bishop d3, bishop e4, I loved it. And, Fiona, at this point, I think Dura is also exhausted. I would have taken queen into c3. Queen into c3 would have been so strong, trading the queens, because the bishop on h5 is trapped. And Dura is in trouble, Fiona. And I must tell you, it takes a lot of effort to defeat all the players that Dura did today. Even though he's much stronger than them, they were still very strong grandmasters. And
But
the
now,
other rook to
it's just
c7.
a piece down. And
And he's done
resignation.
it.
Wow. Klekowski becomes the first player to defeat Jan Krzysztof Duda, and we can see him there. He's not showing much emotion, but we still see a small smile on his face, not only defeating Duda, but doing it with the black pieces. And suddenly he's only half a point behind him.
Yes, and from the kind of position that he managed to do it, we had almost written him off. He looked down and out, and then he rose up and he defended quite well. Duda couldn't force his way through, and I think Duda also got exhausted at one point. It's the
Yeah, but
19th round.
it's a tough day. It's a long day of chess, but now it's a tough situation because now Kwiatkowski is full of confidence. We can see him bouncing a little bit on his chair, almost Hikaru-like, the head bob. Also, even if only very slightly, he knows, he is fully aware of the standings. If he can beat Duda one more time, he will be the tournament leader going into the last round.
Yes, and that would be such an incredible feat. We have already seen Duda. He was immovable, and we already saw him a bit vulnerable against in the game against Vasif. These things have an effect, Quite often, when you have a tough game the previous day, it really wears you out. The previous round in Blitz as well. It takes a lot out
Yeah,
of
I
you to
mean,
defend a bad position for extended times.
absolutely. And I think we can even see on Duda's face, he's been so calm all day long. But now he needs to gather that energy. He will not be playing in the Rapid tomorrow. So he has only 3 games to go and then he's done for the weekend. It's been a super long day, but this is such an important game now.
Yes, and he was gaining a good chunk of rating points till that point, but now he's also going to go down out there. And
Yeah,
as Vishy
every
mentioned in
loss
one of the
is
reasons,
so. Mhm.
no, what I was saying is,
Sorry.
as Vishy mentioned in one of the recent broadcasts, the top players they do secretly they do like to have their blitz and rapid ratings as high as they can. And Duda is a
Yeah.
piece down, by the way. Fiona, he has lost a
What?
piece. Yeah, he's a piece
No.
down.
But how do
White
you
is
see
a piece
that?
down.
Let's bring the camera back onto the view where we can see the board a bit better. We see Duda head in hand. What
Yes,
is
I had a
going
quick
on?
peek.
He is a
Initially,
piece
I saw
down.
the light square bishop trapped on g6, and he gave it away on e4.
Incredible scenes here. Is there any counterplay? The king is out in the open on e1, but Duda, he has not even a pawn for the piece, yeah? Nothing. Oh,
Yes, it is
Emma.
still quite complex. I think there's a pawn for black. There's one pawn
One pawn, yeah,
compensation, but
sorry.
it's
There
mainly
is
against
one
the
pawn,
king.
yeah.
But that's compensation against the white king. Knight g3, rook e8 check. Start with rook e8, and I think black is winning back some material. You start with rook e8, and then white has to go king f1. But I don't think he will mind going into such a position with 2 minor pieces
What
against
happens
the
if
rook.
I castle after rook e8? Could I not castle? Will something really bad
Ah,
happen?
that's an excellent question. For some reason, I thought castle wouldn't be possible.
It looks like it's a position where you don't want to castle, so it's easy to forget. But yeah, now, okay, I mean, the position is still so complicated. There is definitely some counterplay, and I think now it's also important for Tchaikovsky to keep his cool on the clock. And actually, we have the board now, so we can bring up the board and see the full view with the 2D and the 3D boards at the same time. So we'll bring it up in just a second.
I think it's going to take a bit of time to bring up the board. It takes a while for it to
Sure,
load here.
no,
It takes
no
about
problem.
15 seconds.
We'll stick with the camera, and you tell us when the board is ready.
Yep. We have it. We have it on the board now. We have the board.
Thank you to our production team. We're challenging them as well. So we see the white king still in the center of the board, still an extra piece. But the bar is somewhere in the middle. And if the bar is in the middle when you have an extra piece, it means things are not easy.
Duda is going to win.
I think that's a good prediction. But let's see, they are making the moves so fast. I don't know, maybe our board cannot keep up. Okay, so the king is hiding on d1 for now. I'm a bit scared about that f pawn.
To me, it certainly looks nicer for white, the extra piece. Somehow I feel that I can keep my king safe on c2 and there's not such danger against the king. The counter... Oh yeah, the queens are also off now. Knight f2 check, king c2. And if knight into h1, then there's a knight into f8. And not quite sure why the bar is at such... Maybe rook f6 first, yeah? Maybe rook f6 first, and then knight f2 check.
And then knight f2, okay. But why is Duda... What's he thinking about? He's gone rook f5.
But this position after... this position after white takes on f4, knight f2 check, king c2, knight into h1. Oh, now the bar agrees with my evaluation.
I think maybe the bar was asleep, or I don't know what was going on there. It looked so promising already. But Srinat, this is a huge moment for the tournament, because we could have a new leader here in a second. If Klekowski can keep his cool, he is up on the clock as well by half a minute. And he's dropped the knight back to c5.
He's managed to do it spectacularly well.
Yeah. I think it was a huge success to get the queens off the board already, to make sure you're not going to get checkmated. And I like this. He's offering to give one more pawn back even, but just simplifying, get some more material off the board. And Duda, what did he play? Maybe we can go just to the full board, because to the full camera to see this huge moment here in the tournament.
He took on h5. He's investing all his assets on the queen side, the king side passed pawns, and it makes a lot of sense. Now he has some real counterplay, and I think Lekowski also feels like something has gone out of control. But
for sure,
rook e1 is also a tricky move. He's trying to get his pieces out there. Rook f7 check now. Rook e7, interesting.
Rook e7.
He's one guy who's clearly not happy with the draw.
Sorry, Srinat, but Christoph played with only 1 second on the clock. He's in serious trouble now, but he has so many pawns on the king side.
Yes, it seems like he has recovered his position. But Fiona, it's not going to be easy to move those pawns. White should advance his king, get king c2, king d3 in. It's not going to be easy for black to advance those pawns. Oh, he's going for a repetition. Oh, I'm disappointed.
Wow. I think it's just the stress, the nerves are getting to you. And you think, okay, what do I think it's just such a tough spot, and you want to play, but you look at the clock and you have 4 seconds and the pawns look scary. Although I know, as you said, the pawns are not so easy to move, but it's so difficult in that situation. I think there is such a big mental thing. I can't lose, I shouldn't lose. And it's in a way understandable, but of course also disappointing for us, and of course for Klekowski as well, because now half a point behind Duda. He could have been half a point in front.
Indeed, absolutely. But I think the way he sees it, with 16.5, he keeps a very good chance of finishing at the top. A good price, and if he had lost, that makes things so much more difficult for him. And the opponent he's going to face is definitely going to be a bit weaker than the opponent he just faced right now.
Absolutely. I think it's completely understandable. Meanwhile, we still have a game here, board 3 going on. It's Kovalenko. I'm not sure who is playing, but we have another pure rook ending and one that's not looking going to
But
come in, the white rook.
I'm sorry, I just lost you for a moment.
No worries at all. We just saw a resignation there by Kovalenko in the end. So is that actually looks a bit like, I'm gonna say something, looked a bit like Verney, but I have no idea. I don't know. It's not Verney. I don't know who that is. Maybe we can see in the. It's
Denirian Wahid?
then yeah, from international master from Armenia. So a big win for him as well. We're really entering the money time now. Let's remind our viewers. Well, let's first go to this. We have one more game here. Let's see if we can get another camera view on it. For now, we can't make out too much about the position. We can only see that the players are looking very stressed
And exhausted.
and exhausted. I mean, it's such a long day of chess. The players started playing at 10 a.m. this morning. Registration was from 8 to 9. It is now already past 6 p.m. But they have to keep it together for one final round, Srinat. 2 games to go after this one. It's Pavel Teklov, actually, who's playing against Demchenko. So maybe we can even, okay, bring up the board. And it looks like, I don't know, it looks like Demchenko is completely winning now. And there we see the resignation and Pavel looking quite disappointed. We didn't see what happened earlier in the game, but still the discussion between the two players. But the story of the round, of course, Rinette, is Duda losing his mini match in this 10th round against Maciej Klekowski. What an incredible result. It could almost have been 2-0. But that really brings back life to the tournament. We thought the tournament was almost decided. Duda was running away with it. But now suddenly everything to play in the last round. Let's remind everyone, the title of European Blitz champion is at stake, but also 2,000 euros for the winner, 1,000 for the second prize, 800, and so on, 20 prizes in total. And I think, Srinat, we're going to head back to Katie and Piotr in Katowice. I'm very curious to hear what they have to say, and we will be back with the final round in just over 20 minutes.
board, Jan Krzysztof Duda, who we considered and is a leader of the tournament, he just lost a match against Maciej Klekowski. You might not heard of Maciej Klekowski. I can give you more information about he's a Polish grandmaster who is known to be very good Blitz and Rapid player. He has won some very big tournaments with a lot of strong players in it, and yes, it might be quite shocking for you, but we have seen him winning a lot of very good tournaments. So things are getting very shaky for the last round. That's actually what spectators are eager for. But yeah, we are still waiting for the last round to happen. On the background, there were plenty of people just gathering and watching the game of Daniel Sadzikowski, who was playing one of the last games. And now I think this has been ended, so players are just resting right now. They have some time to take a walk or just to have a drink. Like myself, I got the advice from Anna and got myself a hot chocolate. And I think now it's time to go to Peter. He has some interesting positions for you guys, and then we will meet each other later.
There was so much going on the first board where Jan Krzysztof Duda, well, the leader of the tournament, lost to Grandmaster Maciej Klekowski. He lost the first game, then it was a draw, so he lost the match. Very interesting games, but I've got something else for you. And usually I'm showing just some diagrams and we are starting from there. But I found one game very interesting, and it's a very short game, so I will have a look at it as a whole game. So the game between grandmasters Alexander Motylev and Volodymyr Vetoshko. So it was the Sicilian defense and kind of Alapin variation, so it looks like nothing interesting. Usually people say that it's kind of boring way to play as white, sometimes playing for a draw. But let's see what happens here. So d5, e5, now we've got some kind of French defense, so the advanced variation. So let's say if black would play knight c6, d4, we would just transpose back to the French. But black didn't want to, he played d4. And already the situation is heating up, like the players want to really play in an aggressive style, so black is losing some time to grab the center. And let's see, bishop d3. This may look very ugly, because the bishop on c1 is not very happy at the moment, but the bishop can come to e4, then play d3. So let's see how it develops. So knight c6, castles, knight h6, bishop e4, as I said. So it's getting very interesting. Very unusual structure, and I really loved the way white played this game. So knight f5 seems very natural, just to give some extra protection to the central d4 pawn, which is, very important central square. However, white is playing around this, so white is kind of ignoring, saying to black, okay, you can have the d4 pawn, I mean d4 square and so on, but I will control the rest of the squares. And all black's pieces are concentrated just on one square, meanwhile we've got so many other squares here. And bishop e7, c4, so you see we are just blocking here. And now, okay, maybe black could have thought about playing some h5, rook j, g5, especially that white played h3, and that might have been fine for black. But what he did was queen c7, rook e1, so just kind of indirectly giving some protection to the e5 pawn, and now long castle. So essentially black is preparing to play h5, g5, so he's castling the other side. And what makes this game so exciting is that, who is faster? So this is a race, and I really love how white handled this. So white played a3, and maybe you can guess what's the idea behind such a move, a3. So white wants to play like in a Benko gambit style, just to play b4 and blast open the position, no matter sacrificing pawn or not. We are just opening files against black's king. And, well, apparently black is not that fast with his play with h5 and g5, which also could be very strong. So king b8 and now b4. Really, I loved it. After c takes b4, a takes b4, bishop takes b4. So for the moment, black wins the pawn. But grandmasters know that this kind of pawn is not very important here. What is important is the attack. So especially with this bishop, looking at the b7, half open b file, half open a file. So this is really dangerous. So bishop d2, bishop c5, knight a3. So we've got to develop pieces somehow. The knight may come to b5 or maybe also c2, b4. There are such possibilities. So a6 was played. I mean, stopping knight b5, but that's another pawn move. That's another move on this side of the board where white is attacking. Black should be playing on the other side of the board, but he's just simply not in time. So queen b3, f6, and rook b1. White's play is just very natural. So we are just, lining up on the b file, attacking the soft spot b7, and something has to work. So f takes e5. So for the moment it looks like black was fighting for the center, but you see knight takes e5, and now, well, if you would capture knight takes e5, there is something coming on b7. Let's say bishop takes b7, and black is essentially busted here. So after knight e5, he played knight d6, but, well, the position is objectively bad anyway. So bishop f4. Yeah, as I said, I love this game, and you can see all white pieces participating in the attack. And this game is very short. So within 20, we are at move 20. Black is completely busted just because the king is so weak here, and white was faster just to open the lines. And rook f8, okay, attacking the bishop, but the bishop drops back, nothing is happening. Black is still far away to make something happening, while white keeps all the pressure. So king c8, knight b5. That's a nice touch. Wasn't maybe necessary, but yeah, if the tactics works, then you should make use of it. So a takes b, c takes b. So for the moment, black won a piece, but look at all this. I mean, rook a8 is coming. The c file is getting opened. Like everything is hanging. So black took on e4, but then knight takes e6. These are not the only moves. But, yeah, after queen takes e6, white is breaking through, and the position is just lost. Black resigned. Just let's say king b8. You see, there is bishop takes c7 with a check. But even if not this, I think even if we recapture on e4, I mean, it's still winning. So it goes to show how much winning this position is, just because all white pieces were concentrated on the attack. So I hope you also like this game, and you can see that even nowadays, like, people are talking that some openings are just not interesting or whatever. I mean, there is still a room for creativity, and this game proves this. So let's see some endgames. So I've been talking about some rook endgames, and here we have game between grandmasters Plat Wojtek and Gumulas Szymon. So objectively, black shouldn't be that much worse. I mean, white has the rook on the 7th rank, pressing a little bit, having extra space, but maybe space is not that important here. So how do you play here? So white played a very nice move, rook e7, just attacking the little weak pawn on e6. I will just mention that our idea would be just to bring both rooks to the 7th rank. We saw some other game where black managed to have those rooks on the second rank, and that was very, very difficult for white to handle. But if we go rook d2 immediately, then rook g2 is possible, also rook g7, and yeah, probably white wouldn't have that much here. And I know Wojtek Plat, he's from Czech Republic. I played against him a couple times. and we played also for one team in Poland, and he's a very tricky player. He's very practical. So Rook e7 poses some difficulties, difficult problems to solve over the board, and this is very important, especially in Blitz, but even in classical games he still keeps, pressing. So after Rook e7, the pawn on e6 is hanging, and well, objectively the best would have been to play, for example, Rook g7 and just give this pawn back, and the engine says that black should hold this. But from a practical perspective, it's not easy. Why to give you a pawn? The other move I prefer, maybe just to play a5, because that's, first Rook e7, that's in the spirit of, playing very actively. Even in the endgame, activity is super, super important. So I think a5 would be good choice, and black should be fine. But after Rook e7, Szymon played Rook g6. Looks okay, nothing is happening at the moment. However, after Rook coming to d2, now we see there is a big threat of Rook d7. And now it's not that easy even to give up the pawn and just to bail out. It's no longer that easy. So white wins some important tempi, and it's not the same. So Rook g7 was played. This looks still natural, but then comes Rook e8 check. King went to c7, and now what I really like, the move a5. A classy move. Like many of us might have thought, well, let's just go with Rook d8, that looks good. But after Rook d7, somehow, black is defending. So, there comes a5, and we see the king doesn't have that many squares. So now if we go Rook d8, Rook c8 would be a threat of mate. And if some Rook d7, well, that might have been good move, but then there is Rook f2, well, there are other files, and white's rooks will go to the 8th rank one way or the other. So, here after a5, black played Rook f7, which I'm not sure what's the point of this move. White just played Rook to d8, and you see, Rook c8 is a big time threat. There came Rook f2 check, King b3, and yeah, black is going for the counter-attack, and that looks interesting, but you know, who is faster? White is much faster. So, Rook is coming to g2. Maybe he wants to give some perpetual, although I still don't see it, because the king can hide to c4 and the rook can come back to d4. But anyways, white played Rook c8, King d7, Rook e d8 check, King e7. So now Rook h8. I really love this move. So white pushed black's king to the e7, where he is totally naked. I mean, now Rook c7 is a threat, Rook h7 is also a threat. How to defend against both of them, and also those pawns a7, b7 are very weak. And what was important, you see this move a5, I said classy move, because he just cut the king out of, you know, running away here, and yeah, that's completely lost. So Szymon just gave some checks, Rook b2, but yeah, king c4, King d7, but Rook a8 came, and yeah, there are still too many threats, pawns are hanging. Maybe he lost some time, he might have continued just for a few more moves, but objectively, well, if the pawns are falling, the king is weak. The a-pawn actually might be a queen if we just win those two pawns, but one way or the other, this is just a lost position. So great game by Wojtek Platt. So I think that was interesting endgame, and that we can all learn from it. We heard about piece activity, but it's good to see some real game examples, so that when we watch these kind of things, it's maybe easier for us to really implement this in our games, not just that we heard about this, that we can really understand this. And yeah, so that's it. Okay, maybe I can show before the game starts. We have some time. Maybe I can show you one more position I found in some earlier rounds. I was talking about those, thinking about hanging pieces or the pieces that might be trapped. So I found this interesting. Like Daniel Sadzikowski against Jakub Kosakowski. We could see that this little bishop is a little bit weak. So h4 was the move, hinting at h5, coming at some point. And what Black should have played would be maybe h6, maybe also bishop e4, and then and then f3 and go back. Might have been very interesting. I know that the pawn on d5 is hanging, but we could handle it somehow. I mean, there is the pawn on a4, and what's important, we shouldn't lose the bishop, right? I mean, if we lose the pawn, that's okay, but I mean, exchange the pawn, but we need to keep the bishop. And the game a6 was played just to force the issues, but now rook d5 with the tempo, queen coming to a4, and guess what? h5, and the bishop got trapped. Black still tried queen to c2, but then queen g5 came, and you see you still cannot move this bishop because, well, you've got some squares, but there is a mate on g7. So yeah, white won a piece, and soon the game after f6 there was queen g4, bishop f7. So Black managed to save the piece, but after bishop takes f6, everything is falling apart. White won the game. So again, I think instructive example of you need to just think about your pieces, especially in Blitz, so that it's not getting caught. Okay, I think their next round is starting, so we'll get back to Katie and then to the studio. So thanks for now.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change. Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city...
So the last round is about to start, and here behind me you can see the standings and the pairings. So Jan Krzysztof Duda is leading with 17 points, but just behind him Maciej Klekowski, a grandmaster who managed to beat him once, with 16.5 points. Then we've got Anton Demchenko, Ilya Schneider, Pavel Tetzlav with 15.5, and some more players. But let's look at the pairings. So Jan Krzysztof Duda is playing against the international master Ilya Schneider, and Maciej Klekowski is playing against Anton Demchenko. So For example, if Maciej manages to win 2-0 and Jan Krzysztof Duda will win 1.5 to a half, Maciej will catch Jan and it will not be clear who will be the winner. And then we've got Igor Kovalenko against Pavel Tetzlav, Dragnev Valentin against Alexander Motilev, and Oskar Wieczorek against Marcin Tazbir, players from the same club. They are playing on the 5 board, and I think these kind of players have all chances for some medals. So we'll see who is going to win. Maybe I can show also the full standings, who is also trying to catch them. Okay, not sure if it worked. So with the 15.5 points, these are those 3 players I mentioned, but also with 15 points there are a lot of players still with some chances. So the last round, all the emotions coming up.
Thank you, Peter, to give us all this information and the standings for the final round. And I would love, together with Pionek, to ask our commentators, Fiona and Srinath, what are their expectations for the last round?
Thank you, Pionek, Katy, and Piotr. Welcome back, Srinath, for this last round of the 2021 European Blitz Championship. So Duda still has his fate in his own hands. He is still, despite a close shave, the sole leader on 17 out of 20. And Srinath, we will follow his game. He's playing Ilya Schneider, who is only an international master, but a very strong Blitz player.
He's only an international master, and from what I can see, he was born in 1984. Now, again, I don't see a lot of people older these days. I think I'm not that old myself. At least I think so. But these days, even being 20 years, it feels old in India to play chess.
I know.
We just have so many of these kids under 18.
And let's just go straight into the game, because we have a rare guest at this level. The Trompovsky was played.
Oh, interesting. I quite like the Trompovsky opening myself. Although I think I have played I played it only once in a tournament game, and that was also in an online rapid event. But it's a very, very interesting opening. It gives a lot of mutual chances for both the sides. It leads into interesting games, and Duda has gone for something fighting and uncompromising. Yeah, d4 knight f6. He went c5 on the second move, and here he was willing to admit his pawn structure getting a bit disorganized, but he gets a pair of bishops again. Do you think Duda has a clear preference over for bishops over knights, Fiona?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. We've seen him, I feel, today very often in a lot of games with the bishop pair. So there might be some preference here. For now, the bishops are not really working, but they will, I'm sure, come to life. It's a weird position. It's not so often we see this king boxed in on e8. Will both players castle queenside here? What do you think?
They have to. They don't have a rook on the king side, and the other option is to keep it in the center. But I think they are going to. They're probably going to castle.
Yeah, so first of all, Ilya is asking the black queen where it's going to go by attacking it with the knight on c4. Now the knight jumps back into e3, putting pressure on the pawn on f5.
Yes, and look at how quickly Ilya is playing.
Yeah, he's been playing very quickly, very confidently. Ilya is one of the players in the chasing pack, so he has no choice. He has to win this match for a chance for medals. And he also knows that Jan Krzysztof Duda had a difficult match in the last round, and that will give him some extra confidence. It's also, I know the players are tired, it's been a long day, but in this last round, they have to give it all they have. And yeah, there we see Ilya. He's someone who, since he's from Germany, my neighboring country, I've seen him around so much, but almost always playing these fast time controls. I've almost never seen him in an open, but rapid events, blitz events, I've seen him a lot. And I have to say, I quite like his position here.
Is he like some kind of a fast play specialist?
I think so. I think he was maybe even, he's not a chess professional. I have to say, the last years I haven't seen him so much. It was more when I was younger that I used to see him around a lot. So I don't even know what he's been up to. I think, funnily enough, one of the last times I saw him was in Katowice 2017. He was already playing there in the European Rapid and Blitz. I think he likes it there a lot in Katowice, this event. But now Jan Christoph is taking over the center, and suddenly those central pawns are going to start rolling.
But I felt it was a bishop into b7. He has queen a5 check. That's his point. He saw this very quickly, and I think Ilya might have missed this when he played c4. A couple of moves ago, Ilya played queen to b3, attacking the pawn on b7, and Jan Christoph, he attacked the pawn on e6 and b7 simultaneously. So Jan Christoph had to play d5, and then he went c4, and then after d4 he fell into a long think. So I think he just missed this queen a5 check intermezzo, and that could be a game changer in this final round, because now after long castle, the e3 knight is attacked, black threatens bishop a4, and it looks like white is losing something. Even if he doesn't lose anything immediately, black is just going to push and build a center, a burgeoning center.
Yeah, and it happened so quickly. I mean, I was just saying I like Ilya's position, but then a couple of moves, maybe this miss of when he played c4, maybe that was just already the decisive moments, because then Duda took over so quickly. Let's see, can Ilya still make something happen here? But I see you're highlighting the bishop on h1, which is suddenly a sad bishop.
Indeed. It's a very lonely bishop. I can just think of all the lonely quotes from the past.
Absolutely.
Yes, and of course these pawns in the center, they control so much of the board. I think this was exactly the break that Duda needed. It was going towards a downward slide for him. The momentum was going against him, and in Blitz and Bullet, a lot depends on the momentum. You have a good momentum, you sometimes get a few wins in succession, and then when you lose one, you can quickly lose quite a few games. This happens to the best of the players, and it really helps when you're a stronger chess player, though, because many times you find ways to break this momentum by just playing stronger at some critical moments, even when things are not going against you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really Jan Christoph did so well here to recompose himself as after that previous game with a win here, especially because I'm keeping an eye as well on Klekowski's game, which is interesting. We will go there as soon as this one is over, because Klekowski's game is also important to the standings. But of course, if Duda wins this match 2-0, no matter what Klekowski does, Duda will be the champion, and he is infiltrating here. This game is not going to be going on for too much longer. This white position is just so depressing, and now Duda even starts collecting the pawns. And there is the resignation with the fist bump. And Duda now one win away from becoming the new European Blitz champion. But let's have a look at Klekowski. He was, when I last checked, the bar was all the way down almost, but it looks like he's fighting back and apparently doing quite well. But what a messy position, Srinat.
Clearly he's not one to be counted out. Yeah, the previous time he also had a bad position against Duda in the first game. He managed to turn things around spectacularly and quickly. And here he has the A passed pawn, which turned out to be Demchenko's nemesis against Duda in the earlier game. and it could play a decisive role in this game as well. A bit low on time, but it's also not easy for black to break through. I like black's bishops though.
The bishop pair is nice. The knights are tricky in blitz, and white has to a little bit be careful not to push that a-pawn too soon. There's still a big defensive task ahead, because black is also swinging the rook back and forth between a8 and g8, trying to create some threats. And now the light squared bishop is getting opened as well, and suddenly it looks like Demchenko has turned this one around.
I'm not entirely sure of Fiona, because black won the a pawn, but white has won the e pawn, and it looks like the black king is more vulnerable. So I think it's all three results are possible going into the fag end of the game. Knight h5, bishop
Oh,
into
and
e3 does knight f6 check. How
But wait,
spectacular
is
is
there
that?
another? What happened? But what happened on the? Oh, it's over.
He
Oh my God, I
blended. He
thought.
blended
Sorry,
the
I was
piece.
looking at. Oh, incredible! Wow, what a huge win for Klekowski. He is now everything. Let's go back to Duda on the camera, because I'm sure Duda is already playing the second game. And he doesn't know that Klekowski has won. So now Duda in not a must-win situation, but if he wants to make sure that Klekowski cannot catch him, then he is in a must-win situation. So let's see, with the white pieces, what can we make out here from the board?
Uh, so white has won. White has basically traded the e pawn for the f pawn, and I was just reading up some chess history a few days ago. In the starting periods, it was considered advantageous to trade your f pawn against the e pawn. That was the start of chess theory. The king's gambit and all these openings. So it's funny that on the board in a 2021 game, but there is a reason why this is the case, because this helps the e pawn build a good center, and if he can get that going, here you can see all black's pieces developed, all of them facing menacingly towards white's king. If he can whip up an initiative going with these factors, he could threaten some very serious things for white. And even if he doesn't, I think he has managed to equalize this position. I don't think black is worse here.
Yeah, also impressive by Ilya to still keep his composure after a brutal first game. And we see the focus there of the players. This is the last game of the day, the last game of this European Blitz Championship. Everything will be decided now. Also for Ilya, he's not fighting anymore for the title, but fighting for the prize money. I don't know if he still has a chance for any medals. Probably not, but still, if he can get a scalp here against Duda in the last round, he will go for it. And Duda only has, if I'm seeing correctly, just over a minute on the clock.
Yes, indeed. His position hasn't been easy, and I do feel there was clear signs of fatigue towards the end for Duda. It might even I don't know, but the brain again is like any other muscle. You keep exerting it, you keep solving difficult problems, and in chess you come up with them all the time. It gets tired, and you just cannot will yourself in these situations when you're down with fatigue. And he's down a pawn, Fiona.
Yeah, we just saw the c2 pawn drop, and we see Jan Christoph making a face and now looking over to what's going on in Klekowski's game, because he knows Klekowski is breathing down his neck. I don't know if Jan Christoph realizes that Klekowski won the first game. Maybe it's even good for him if he doesn't know. But he just knows he has to keep it together for this game. Ilya Schneider is forcing the queens off. And now it's just an extra pawn, and there really shouldn't be any compensation here for Jan Christoph.
Did he miss? No, knight into d5, there's knight e2 check. So there's no discovered attack there. And now, after the e2 square was protected by the rook, black protects his d4 knight with e5. And also strategically, it's a very nice position for black. White's d2 pawn is a weakness. And black should probably bring his knight onto d3. Knight b4 next, attack the a2 pawn and try and bring this knight to d3. That's what he goes for. White, sorry. Yeah.
No, I was just saying it's funny. Ilya is playing so fast, although I think he still has plenty of time on the clock. Is he maybe playing a little bit too fast? What do you think?
It's very difficult to say, Fiona, because in this situation, if I was black, there's a good chance that I would spend a lot of time and still make a bad move and end up missing my position. So when you have the flow and the momentum, and when things are going well, when you're playing by intuition, it's also good to go with the flow. This is what has worked for him so far in this game. And
by the way, sorry, Srina, to interrupt you, but let's see if we can. Can you bring up the board? Because it should be live now. So we will see.
I think I should.
Jan Christoph down to just 30 seconds here, and he is still down that pawn, and under a lot of pressure.
Indeed, he's under a lot of pressure. But he has managed to stabilize his situation a bit in at this point. Yes, it's no longer a clear advantage for black, I think.
And Klekowski's position, we're not going to switch now because all the times is so messy. He's probably a bit worse, but a very, very messy position. Let's first see if Ilya Schleider can convert his extra pawn here. And then everything will be decided basically in the next 5 minutes here, the whole tournament. Who will be crowned the European champion? Those central pawns are now advancing. Do you feel that's the right way to go?
Yes, absolutely. I feel this is the way forward. But yeah, he has to if white can start threatening his pawns, Rook c1 attacking the pawn on c5. And then there are these moves like king e3 coming very quickly. It's not entirely easy for black to make progress in this position. That's a challenge that he faces. Now, trying to create some counterplay on the other side. He's trying to create a passed pawn here while black goes through the bureaucratic problems he has with the advance of his own pawns, and he doesn't repeat. He goes for rook e6.
Wow. Well, also, it's not clear, of course, if Ilya would have repeated himself. Maybe let's bring back the board, because just a full board with the players, especially Jan Christoph, so low, under 10 seconds now. He collects h7.
But this feels dangerous for Duda. Something like knight c6 looks really nice, and then just push the a pawn. Take the a7 square, white's rook somehow. Rook b6, knight c6, these are the moves that comes to my mind. And then just start pushing the pawns. He goes knight d5, which I find curious, because what does it do? He wants c3? I don't know. Maybe he wants c3 here. But this is a dangerous net to get yourself into, this knight on e6 and the rook on the 7th rank combination. Yes, he wanted c3, and now what?
c3.
d2 and rook b2? No, I'm not sure. I think he's messed things up. d2, king e2. And then there's knight c7 check now. Knight c7 check. And then black will have these 2 pawns on the 7th rank, but no way to push them forward. Okay, I see the point. d1 queen and rook b1 check. I see the point. This was the point. Oh, this is nice. He calculated this all the way through. This looks hopeless.
Yeah, this looks hopeless now for Jan Christoph. Wow, what a big moment. Let me have a quick look. But Klekowski is completely losing, fortunately for Jan Christoph. He doesn't know it. I don't think he has time to look over. But despite this last round, well, probably incoming loss, I think it will still be a title. What an incredible finish. He resigns, but I think let's quickly go to Klekowski on the camera. But I think Lekowski is unfortunately for him, completely losing. And did you
Oh, I
see
love
there,
that.
Schneider, the celebration, throwing both fists up in the air? It's also so nice to see. Of course, it's sad for Jan Christoph, but so nice to see that emotion from the players. And Jan Christoph, I'm sure he's looking at this game as well between Demchenko and Klepkowski. And while we see Ilya Schneider is still
Oh,
celebrating.
that's such a
Incredible
nice sight for
moment.
chess.
I know. Let's be camera to Klekowski to not miss the final moments of that game, because I think it will still be enough for Jan Christoph. So we shouldn't miss. Did the game finish? It didn't finish yet, but it is an
Not yet.
extra piece. No, there they are. Duda will be very happy to see this. For Klekowski, it's a heartbreaker, because had he won this last game, he would have been the new European Blitz champion. Well, it's still not over, so let's not just call it over yet, but it is an extra piece for Demchenko. Demchenko just has to be careful, basically not to lose on time, and that should be it. And we see there the game is over. I think Klekowski will probably still get a medal. Well, in a second we'll go to Katy and Piotr, who I'm sure will have all the results, all the standings. Hopefully, if Jan Christoph is the champion, I think he will also join Katy in the studio. But Srinat, what a day of chess we have witnessed here.
And towards the end, we also saw the human followable aspect of Duda. He was playing such perfect chess until the first 17 rounds, a couple of blunders here and there. And then you saw fatigue affect one of the best players in the world, one of the elite players. It happens to everyone. For me, that makes me feel a bit better about myself and all the misses I have done in the last rounds of different tournaments. Um, a fantastic spectacle overall. I think it had all elements. It had some fantastic chess, some exciting finishes. We saw a game with three queens, and we also saw the human element shine through all through.
Absolutely. I mean, such emotions in that last image will stick with me for a long time, of Ilya Schneider celebrating his win for Jan Christoph Duda, who I haven't had confirmation, but I'm pretty sure Jan Christoph Duda is still the new European Blitz champion. But it's been such a day there.
Yes, I
We
think
see
he
camera
is.
into the playing hall. He is indeed. The look into the playing hall, with some players still playing out their very last games. Here it's the final moments. And it's so
And
good
they're trying to
to
mate with
just
the
in these
bishop and knight.
pandemic. Oh, that's hilarious to finish on that note. So let's see if the
This is
player can do it, of
interesting.
course.
This is interesting, because I only recently had to revise this for a course where I had to show this
Uh-huh.
with best play for both colors, and it was not easy. Uh, it was. I
Yeah,
mean, I can do it with the bishop and knight, but to make the best moves with the king and show it, that was not easy.
I'm
When was the
curious to
last time you
see
practiced?
but a long time ago. Although it's maybe because I always thought I'd be terrified to not do it. Wait, is the game over? What happened? I
50 more
think
rounds?
so. Let's see. The problem. Okay, I think they're gonna continue. I think maybe the player with the king just wanted to ask the arbiter to count, or to, I don't, very likely something like this. Of course, so the strategy is to bring the black king into the white corner. He's already close to the white corner, but not entirely there just yet. So what is your prediction, Srinat? Is he going to manage to do it or no?
I want him to do it because, I think people should know how to mate with bishop and knight, and that would set a good example. But he hasn't been convincing so far. He has to. He had his bishop on g6 with the black king on d8. He had it in a good position, but now things have changed, and the mating pattern
Yeah.
itself is quite beautiful. I wish I can go and play for him and show him how to do it. Yeah, king b6, bishop to d7, and now knight c5, knight a6, bishop c6, pre-move.
And he gets there, and you get your wish. And even there, it's so nice to see, the players laughing. Okay, the player who got mated looks a bit disappointed. But I think in these pandemic times, it's just so nice to even, see a playing hall as big as the Spodek in Katowice, full of players. So happy to be there, enjoying playing our beautiful game. And it's been such a fantastic day. It's been such a pleasure commentating on this Blitz event alongside you, Srinat. We will be back tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We're not wrapping up just yet, but we will be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Central European Time with the European Rapid. So no rest for the wicked. But so much, Srinat, for today. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I'll leave you the last words, and then we'll go back to Katie and Piotr in the Spodek Arena in Katowice.
It has been an absolute pleasure for me as well, Fiona. It was lovely commentating with you, and a big shout out to the commentary team with Katie and Piotr, and also to the production team on doing such a wonderful job. And I also wanted to express appreciation for the wonderful stadium in which chess is played, and appreciation for Duda from the Polish public and from the global public as well. I think wonderful things for chess, and I wish to see more of this.
And maybe just before we leave, a big thank you, of course, to all of you who watched us online, for all the comments on Twitch, on YouTube, elsewhere. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow. And now over to you, Katie and Piotr.
'21 in Blitz, a young Christoph Duda. Congratulations! Share us your feelings. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm of course extremely happy to win the event, even though I'm obviously not satisfied with my style, especially in the last round. I guess I got rid of energy and started playing kind of badly, but luck was clearly on my side in the last round, and yeah, so I'm happy I managed to win.
Yeah, our commentators Fiona and Srinat were saying that you are always very confident, very calm when you play, but we saw some of your emotions in the last round. So, what you really felt when you lost? Like you thought you could still win the tournament?
Yeah, I started blundering, but I was having I mean, I got a lot of points, so it didn't matter at first. But then I started to. Okay, against Brabali I was actually lucky to draw, but also he was lucky because he made an illegal move and he didn't lose. I just got an extra minute. So yeah, I mean, and yeah, afterwards I started to. I mean, match against Klekowski was of course crucial because I had 1.5 point advantage, which should be more than enough with 4 rounds to go. But yeah, but somehow I lost with white. Like I thought I was pressing with white, but then I mean I lost so easily, and that was frustrating. And with black, I also got into some prep of his. So yeah, I was fortunate actually to get away and make a draw. And yeah, in the last round, I mean, it was clearly uncomfortable. But once I won with black, I thought it's like, almost match over. Yeah, but and with white, once he played, knight c6 and f5 in the second move, I thought, okay, come on, it's gonna be like winning 25 moves. But then I started to play so poorly that still think had a lot of chances actually, maybe even to pull it off at some point. But I mean, the end game, but yeah, but somehow I misevaluated the end game. I mean, the room game was won for him, which I didn't see from my fire. Yeah, but I was lucky that Maciek also lost in the last round. So I mean that was very fortunate and kind of resembles me of London candidates 2013 when Magnus also lost with white pieces in the last round, but was fortunate enough that Władimir Kramnik also lost against Ivanchuk.
It was so many rounds, right? 22 games. How do you feel about this, to play with one opponent with two colors? This is something new, right? For the chess players. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I like the idea, to be honest, but yeah, 22 rounds is a lot of rounds. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I should have prepared better, I guess, physically, because yeah, I was very successful and was satisfied with my play, but as said, after some, I mean, the closer to the end, the games were terrible. So yeah, but I think it's a kind of nice format, and also, okay, the longer the distance is, the lesser of lag, yeah, and it's all about skills. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy right now.
All right. I bet you have seen your photos on the banners in around the city, Katowice. It's everywhere. So how do you feel about this? It gives you some pressure, or you feel very confident with that, or just tell us how to be a star. Like, what's the feeling of that?
Yeah, I haven't seen them myself, only on photos. So yeah, I don't like I mean, being a star, kind of. I mean, I like my privacy, but yeah, I think this event is very nice here. So I'm happy. I know I could I don't know, make more people playing here. So in that aspect, I'm totally fine and happy.
Here we have so many people, so many kids just around you. They're waiting to make photo with you or get an autograph. Clearly, you are their role model. You had also a role model when you were a kid. Like, you wanted to play like any particular chess player, or how was that?
There wasn't such player in Poland, I believe. Yeah, of course, I was inspired by the very best players in the world, but I didn't have a chance. I mean, a lot of chances to meet them personally back in days, so back in times. So yeah, I think it's nice to have an idol, but yeah, I'm just happy, that I can promote chess in Poland, and yeah, because it's a nice game, So yeah, I encourage viewers also to play chess. Because it's not about playing chess itself, but about developing some useful skills in life. So yeah, in that respect, chess is totally cool.
Well, you just became a European champion. Are you also planning to become a world champion in Blitz?
Yeah, why not? Actually, I didn't win, I think, European Blitz like ever. I was second. And yeah, so I'm happy that I pulled it off today. Yeah, and I was also a vice champion in Blitz, so yeah, it would be wonderful, of course, to win even Rapid, not necessarily Blitz in Warsaw. And it's of course a very big event that actually World Blitz and Rapid Championship is held in Warsaw.
You're probably happy to have this in your country because you have so many supporters, and your biggest supporter is your mom, and everybody knows about that. So, have you met her now today? Have she already congratulated you?
Yeah, she's been next to me like the entire day today. So, yeah, I mean, of course. Okay, now I'm grown up, but but so maybe it's not that much of that important. But yeah, back. I mean, a couple of years ago, it was kind of crucial, and of course, it's very important, to have supporter. I mean, the parent who supports a child in like any area in life, because it's kind of kind of must if a child wants to achieve something in anything. So yeah, in that sense, of course, I'm very grateful to my mom. Yeah, and she definitely had difficult time with me today, especially in the restaurants.
Thank you so much for coming here once again. Congratulations for the victory and for the new title. And let's end this year with another title, and you can call it the best year, right?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
We are coming back with another interview very shortly. Alright, we're back with Maciej Klikowski. You guys were asking so much about him, and mainly there was an issue how to pronounce your name and how to do it. I hope I'm doing it well. Klikowski, right? A great master from Poland. People were asking about you, but I know that you have won so many events here already. So I bet Blitz format is your favorite among the others?
Before this tournament, I thought that today it will be just warm up before a rapid tournament, because I felt like I'm better in rapid, and okay, today I will train a little warm up before tomorrow. But I was surprised because okay, everything started not so good, because in the first round I made 1.5 against 1017. And okay, then some ups and downs, and we are going to the round, which is, I think, one of the most fun round from my life, because okay, we have endgame. I got queen versus rook, and I made some mistake, and at the end I lost my queen. The game ended in the draw. And I was so focused on this draw, on this game, I thought that I was winning and so on, that after the first game I went to the arbiter and told that I won the match 1.5 to a half. Because, okay, I was winning in the first game, I lost my queen, it ended in draw, so it's 1.5. So I went. My opponent was showing me his finger, that he wanted to say me that one more game, but okay, I got a bottle with water under the table, so I thought that he is showing me that I forgot about my water. Okay, you can wait, I will go to arbiter and go back for my water. So I go to arbiter, I'm going back, and I see that he's taking my bottle and putting on the other side of the board, and now I understand that, okay, we have one more game. Yeah, it was terrible. The second game I lost without any chance, and after this round I was happy that there was a break, and after the break I just was playing much more better. Yeah, and here we are.
That's so funny story. We had chatted right before the interview, and there was. What do you think? Why this happened? It was because of many rounds, and you got a bit tired, or it was just you very much into the game and emotionally, or what happened?
Sometimes when I'm in a good form, I'm so focused on the game that I'm forgetting about anything else, and I think that what happened in this game.
And then we saw the game against Jan Krzysztof Duda. It was a huge thing here. No one expected Jan Krzysztof Duda going down after being so many rounds later, and then it started to be really shaky situation for everyone. So tell us what happened, like from your perspective.
Okay, what I'm always trying to tell my students and so on, that we can win with everyone. When it's just one game or just two games, and I have this attitude from my, I don't know, childhood, and I'm trying to beat everyone. And okay, I just believe in myself. Of course, I was playing very good, and Jan in the first game, he was attacking. I got a counterplay, and it became a very good chance for winning, and I just to manage to realize the advantage. And in the second game, I think at the start he was a little bit maybe in shock after the first game, and I won a piece. But okay, my king was in the center. It was very crazy game, I think. But yeah, in the end it was a draw. I felt like okay, I could win, but at the end it's a very good result. So I'm very happy.
And are you happy with the overall result? And tell us, what was your starting number? And you ended on the second place, right?
Yeah, my starting number was, I don't know, 23, I think, or 21. I don't remember exactly, but okay, it wasn't really close to first 10 players. But yeah, it's Blitz, so form of the day and so on. It's much more important than the ratings and others.
Right, so we know that JKD is not playing Rapid tomorrow. He's probably getting ready for the World Championship Rapid and Blitz for Warsaw. So are you going to plan to win the Rapid tournament tomorrow?
I would be very happy, but I always I want to believe that I can beat anyone. Before the last round, I wasn't focusing that I can win or second or so on, but I'm always looking for the worst case. So I was just telling, okay, at worst I should be in first 10 players, and I never tried before the tournament to think that I can win or so on, but just play, and we will see tomorrow.
All right, I will not keep you here any longer, and I hope that I will get you here tomorrow too after your successful event. And once again, congratulations and best of the luck tomorrow at the Rapid tournament. And we are coming back with the final standing, so we'll check out what happened at the Blitz tournament, European Championship 2021. We're back, and this is very last comeback from our side, from Spodek, Katowice, Poland. And now it's time to announce the final places and final top 10, let's say.
Yeah, as you already know, that Jan Krzysztof Duda won the tournament. Wasn't so easy, but he managed to win with 18 points. Just behind him, Maciej Krakowski, also you already know about this. And the third place goes to Anton Demchenko. But actually, with 16.5 points, the 10th player also had the same number of points. But with this, Buchholz, Anton Demchenko managed to be the third, so winning the bronze medal. So I'll read the rest of the players with the 16.5 points, so also very, very close to get the medal. So Ilya Schneider, number 4, Marcin.
Just a moment. Oh, we also his reactions after he beat the final game. So we don't see that very often, right, in chess world, to see some bees, feasts, and so on. Right? Like he's not really hiding his emotions, right? It's amazing.
Yeah, one thing you are not hiding, but sometimes it's not possible to hide. If I would beat Jan Krzysztof Duda, I wouldn't be able to even hide, even if I would like to hide the emotions, because that would be something incredible, and that happened here. So the 5th place goes to Marcin Tasbir. He was playing here at the top for a long time. He was also here in the studio. Paweł Tetzlaff, young player from Poland, number 6. Witali Bernacki, number 7, and Toivo Keinanen, number 8, Valentin Dragnev, number 9, and Imre Balog, number 10. As I said, all those players got 16.5 points, very close to the bronze medal. And then there are some players with 16 points, and actually I can mention those a few with 16 points, because apart from Wojciech Plat, Igor Kowalenko, very known grandmasters, there's Igor Kowalski, international master. He is not that very well known, but I saw he's playing a lot, so he's improving. Then grandmaster Pultinevicius Paulius, and then Krzysztof Budrewicz. He doesn't have a title, international title, but he is a popular chess YouTuber in Poland, recording a lot of nice videos. So Szachuś is his name, recommended, and he is number 15 with 16 points. So really just behind all those stars. And then there are a lot of players with 15.5, and in total there was more than 500 players playing here in the Spodek.
Yeah, so the final results are already everywhere in the platforms, chess platforms. Look at this beautiful scene with Pionek being hugged Piotr all the time. So yeah. It's time to say goodbye. We have to mention our commentators, the heroes of today, working so many hours and analyzing chess for you guys. Fiona Steel-Antony, Women International Master from all the way from Thailand. She was commentating. It's quite late for her, so I hope she has a good night, and she will be joining tomorrow as well for Rapid Tournament. And also Grandmaster Srinath Narayan from India. It's quite late also in India, so we wish our commentators a really good rest. So we need them tomorrow as well for our Rapid Tournament. And it was lovely to work with you and with you as well, and of course to our lovely chat and viewers on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much for your comments, and we will come back tomorrow in the morning at Central European time, 9:30. We're gonna start the first round of Rapid Championship 2021, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, so thank you and see you. Goodbye.